Yeah, we live, so y'all already know what that means. Let's go. We got another one, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode
we catch flights
of Hotep History Live with your host, with the most. Come on, man.
I got a girlfriend and a mistress, 7 Chevys in my driveway, I'm so hood rich.
Come on.
Before I leave the town, this what I told my bitch.
Come on.
I bought that Benz for you so you don't touch my old school shit.
Come on.
I hustle hard, they know what my focus
Bring
is.
y'all asses in here, man. Let's fucking
Call
go.
me all the time like we should go somewhere and chill. Baby, you should get somewhere. Way the fuck away from here.
Come on.
This is jet life. This how you wanna live. Got one bottle in your section, all your homies scared to sip.
Come
Our
on.
cups is overrunning, we got buckets of it, bitch. Pinky rings and thumbs, your girl is dying to run. I got some room for her, brake lights on my coupe for her. Scooped up, screwed up, threw her back to you once there's no use for her.
Come on.
I go hard in the motherfucking paint.
Come on.
Twist and stank.
Where y'all
what
at,
the fuck
man?
You think?
Come on through.
All day, every day, it ain't a fucking game.
Yes, sir.
Some suckers' arms don't reach high enough to touch the planes. See, Ryder, that's my motherfucking nigga. We stuff them joints with killer till they look like broken fingers.
What's going
Riding around,
on?
throwing jets up at them bitches.
Listen,
they blowing
man.
bad kisses cause
We got another
winning.
one tonight.
Yeah.
As always.
Self-made, you just affiliated. I chuckle at your little money, fucking funding papers.
It's Hotep
Space
History over
cakes,
here.
volcano digit vapors.
I was
Looking
hearing a lot
down
of
at my
bullshit on
watches
the
like I'm
timeline, I ain't
flying
like
over
it.
Vegas. She working them tables, no way
feel
up,
me?
painted toes.
I heard
for
that.
them dollars, get to the crib and count up
History
on the flow.
It's about to be
Jets
taken
down
over
south,
by AI.
hustling
We're not
word
having
to
that
the
bullshit.
turn.
Not at all.
Slinging records, bitch, that's where
Come
I
on
learned
now.
it. Red light car show, corner turner.
Listen,
11
man.
second quarter mile, no
Hotep
knife
History is here to
burner.
motherfucking
Suckers
take it better,
lost in
believe
the
it.
sauce as the world
Bet your bottom
turning.
dollar.
Fools can't do
You
nothing.
feel
Got
me?
that jet life insurance.
Monday.
I go hard in the motherfucking
Wednesday.
paint. Twist and
Friday,
stank.
6:30, we gonna be here. I might move it to 6 p.m. on these niggas. I might just do that. Why not?
Arms don't reach high enough to
We got a
touch the
lot to
planes.
cover.
See, Ryder, that's my motherfucking nigga.
These
We
motherfuckers
stuff them
try to
joints
take
with
us
killer
out.
till they look like broken fingers.
These motherfuckers get the line on their
Throwing
ancestors.
jets up at them bitches.
They talk that
blowing bad
bullshit.
kisses cause we winning.
That inferiority
Might not
complex
make
shit. We
this
don't get into
interview.
that.
Phones off, dosha.
We don't get into the lies.
Wake
Fuck
me
that.
when my weed rolled up. Do I got that glow show
Lying
up?
on the
Yo, girl,
ancestors'
want me
ass
kiss my
niggas.
chest. Hold at me and Mikey rock.
I am not my ancestors' ass niggas. We don't fuck with y'all. Not at all. 0%.
No, I'm slipping, asking for forgiveness.
Man,
Steady sending
listen.
damn. All I am is just one man. Trying
look
to
at you
smoke
as
as
a
best
bunch
I
of frauds.
can.
I want you
Keep
to
a
know
bitch
that.
that's ill at making
We don't
bombs. I
respect
empty
what you
soda
do.
cans, rolling man over them. I'm so
I be
cold,
seeing
I'm
them
polar
AI
bear.
videos y'all be
All on these
making.
tracks, I love the fact they hating that. Lakers
I be
sex,
seeing all of that
Boston
shit.
Pets, cold words from
Y'all
my
don't go to
doja,
the
told you
primary
once
sources.
before
Y'all don't
the
go to the
dialogue.
archives. Y'all
Pilots
motherfuckers
don't know what,
lie on
I
their
go hard
ancestors
in the
for clicks and
motherfucking paint.
retweets. You're a bum to
Twist
me.
and stank.
I don't
What
like
the
any
fuck
of you.
Think? All
We could
day,
never be the
every
same.
day, it ain't a fucking game. Them
Your life is
suckers' arms
ruined
don't
because
reach
the
high
ancestors
enough to
don't
touch
appreciate what the fuck you do and what you
See,
say
Ryder,
about
that's
them.
my motherfucking nigga. We stuff them
You
joints
want all
with
these
killer till
motherfuckers
they
to be
look
mad
like
at white
broken
people all
fingers.
goddamn day, not being
Riding
proud to be
throwing
black.
jets
You
up
some
at them
hoes to
bitches.
me.
They blowing bad kisses cause we
You
winning.
hear me?
Slept on like a beach towel, haters looking at him now.
Man,
Paper
listen.
stacking, ain't no bragging, I could buy us each a vowel.
Come on.
66 Impala leaning like Italy pizza tower.
Well, I
Beat
will
the
say
beat
this,
to
though.
death
Shout out
and
to
the
everybody that really
producers
fuck
up
with the
condolence.
real.
Flowers time in increments of
Shout out
money,
to the
not
people
in
with
seconds
actual
or hours.
discernment.
No matter what you losers do, it's don't come second.
Shout out to the actual people who got morals, values, principles, and beliefs that they stand on no matter what.
My metaphors, think my flow need better for it. Slurred words,
You know?
twisted verbs, influenced
A lot
by
of
magic
liars out
herbs.
here.
Eat high, catch those
A lot of
words.
lanes.
See me gliding, so Drexler.
Lanes
Finger work,
lying.
perfect for sure. Check the score, we
Can't
on
fuck
the
with
board.
it.
Chairman shit, I own the board.
Cannot.
I go hard in the motherfucking paint.
Yes, sir.
Twist and stank. What the fuck you
What the
think?
fuck you think?
All day, every day, it ain't a fucking game.
I don't understand these niggas,
arms
man.
don't reach high enough to touch the plane.
I will never understand
See, Riley,
y'all.
that's my motherfucking nigga.
But it's not my
we
job
stuff them
to.
joints with killer till
My
they look
job
like broken fingers.
is to tell y'all
Riding
what the
around,
ancestors
throwing
told
dicks up
me.
at
That's
them
it.
bitches. They blowing back
That's
kisses
why I'm
'cause we
here.
winning. L.
Listen, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dudes, representing the Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. Hoteps to all my Hoteps. You feel me? Hotep to all my Hoteps, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up, as always. I hope you guys have actually had a phenomenal week so far, that you actually were accomplishing your goals, hitting your objectives. Listen, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I be telling y'all that y'all gonna be watching me glow up and shit. Y'all gonna be, first row. You feel me? First row to see the glow up. Listen, we got some great things coming down the pike for Hotep history. You understand? I'm talking about hardware is getting upgraded, all types of shit. We talking 4K cameras, all types of fly shit is on the way. Believe it. I tell y'all all of the time how the ancestors didn't spend no money on nothing. They just reinvested the money that they made from the business into the business. So I tell y'all that I don't know how many times in a month, how many times in a week you think I'm not doing that. Please believe, if it's something that I can actually do in the context of my actual life that the ancestors have suggested or prescribed to me, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Listen, I got some soil out there right now that I know, based upon what George Washington Carver told me, that I can turn back into good soil. Now, of course, it's cold as hell outside, but understand that I have the abilities. And when it comes down to reinvesting the profits into the business, that's second nature, baby. That's second nature, baby. So understand. So we building over here, man. We building over here. Thank you to everybody that really, really, really rocks with Hotep Nation. Thank you to everybody that subscribed to the Patreon. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Believe it. Okay? There's something for everybody in here. If you're into that good Black American history, that Black American history that they not gonna tell you. This is that 5-star, you know what I'm saying? 5 Michelin star type Black history. This that luxury Black history. You feel me? This that Black history that they teach in like private schools and all of that. So, with that being said, I just want to say thank you guys, man. I appreciate it. All of this stuff wouldn't even make sense without you guys tapping in and week out. None of this would be possible without you guys subscribing to the Patreon. You dig what I'm saying? You guys are doing a phenomenal job. I appreciate all of you, every single last one of you. The people that just watch and don't comment, the people that flood the comments, the people who retweet, the people who like and share, all of that. I don't care if it's something positive to do with Hotep history. I thank you from the bottom and the top of my heart, because you guys did not have to do that. And I appreciate that I have earned that from you guys. And I'm going to continue to earn it. Never taking my foot off the gas. There'll never be a time I'm hopping on this motherfucker and I ain't got no good shit for you. You understand? Because I really, really do this. I really, really love this. And I love being able to bring it to you guys. Okay? Now, with that being said, I don't know if we're going 6 hours a night. Not that I'm like tired or nothing like that, but I just don't know. I don't know. And also, I will be making some changes. Okay? I will be making some changes. Now, if you're a Patreon subscriber, it's just more for you. I'm just letting you know that now. We got another documentary, a short one, even shorter than the last one, that's coming your way this week. We also are changing things up. You dig? So Monday will be the only live stream that is going to be on the timeline or going to be on YouTube and whatnot. You'll get obviously the first hour or something like that on Wednesdays and Fridays. I ain't gonna leave you all the way out there, but if you want to get, like, when we be having these long conversations and all of that, you got to tap into the Patreon, man. I'm telling you, because like I said, it's something where the community that I'm building, I want it to be based in that. I got the community on YouTube that I'm growing. Shout out to the I think we've reached 1,100 or over 1,100 subscribers. So shout out to everybody subscribing on the YouTube. I'm not leaving y'all out to dry. Y'all will get content all of the time. But when it comes down to these live streams, I want people who are truly, truly into this stuff to really tap into the Patreon, because we're building a community over there. I'm going to have you guys more and more engaging and interacting with the material itself. You dig what I'm saying? So it's going to be a lot more immersive. We're going to be doing a lot more research and doing a whole bunch of other stuff behind the scenes that I want you guys to be a part of. But everything ain't for everybody. So we got to make sure that we are, catering to the people who are going out of their way to support the channel. And that's what it's all about when it comes to the Patreon. So if you guys really rock with me, you feel me? I want you guys to be a part of it. I want you guys to be inside of the community so we can keep building together. Speaking of, shout out to Crystal. Okay. Shout out to Crystal. Wait, hold on. Who with the $10 super chat? Shout out, keep building. Shout out to Hotep historians. Shout out to the Hotep historians. Shout out to who, always showing love. Okay, and also shout out to Crystal. This topic tonight was actually suggested to me by Crystal a while ago, and I was like, it's definitely worth diving into. So a lot of the materials tonight coming directly from Crystal and stuff like that. So shout out to that. And that is, again, one of the perks of being a Patreon subscriber and stuff like that. Like, you can actually, affect the show. Like, you can actually, see, I'm gonna say dictate. I don't like that word, but you can actually, be a part of the topics that we are covering and stuff like that. And I want to have a space where you guys are telling me about your family history and, the history of your town. If you come from, a historically black town or something like that. Like, I want to get more and more immersive when it comes to this stuff, because I truly believe that this stuff is very relevant for 2025 and beyond. I don't think that, like y'all hear what I say when I sign off on every show. Like, we don't do it. It's not to live in the past. It's about being able to use these histories and use these stories as morals and lessons and guides and blueprints to be able to, foster our success in the current day. And the more that we do that, we're obviously creating history, which will be documented. And then, of course, there will be people coming after us that can emulate and replicate and duplicate what we did and just take it to the next level like we did with the ancestors. That is what legacy and lineage is all about. You feel me? Shout out to Kick. My man Jason says he's watching me on Kick. Let me tap in with the Kick chat. I ain't gonna leave y'all high and dry. I know it be seeming like I'll be forgetting y'all, man. Shout out to all of y'all on Kick. Matter of fact, make sure you're subscribing on all of the things. Patreon, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and then TikTok. Like I said, daily content, so you don't want to miss it. I'm super happy to have y'all on here. So we checking both. We checking both chats. You dig? Who we got? Heather. What's going on, Heather? Hotep. Heather says, I'm glad you're on earlier because it sucks when you and HJ and Unc and Cannon all alive on Mondays. Yeah, man, the Hotep network, man. Like, we got a nice network, you know what I'm saying? HNN, you know what I'm saying? The Hotep Nation, Hotep Nation network. You feel me? We got a lot of shows, man. Shout out to Cannon. Shout out to HJ. Shout out to my man Goldstein. Shout out to Unc. Shout out to all my Hoteps, man. Shout out to all my Hoteps. We getting to it. I was just in Goldstein space yesterday. They had a great conversation. They was talking about, like, in order, where are your values at? And he had 5 choices. It was like it was you, your family, your race, your politics, and your country. And then we talked about that, and then this crazy dude. Remember that? As a matter of fact, remember I told y'all there was this crazy guy that hopped on my on my spaces talking about like that black Americans or black people were really Spartans, and we need to, adopt communism, some ancient form of communism too. Like not even on some shit that's like from the 20th century at the least. Some ancient form of communism and shit like that. Like he was saying that on MySpace and I kicked him off the stage because he was speaking pure rubbish, filling my jumbotron with a whole bunch of nonsense. He was there. Yeah, there you go. Ewan says, yeah, the Lucifer dude. Yeah, he was on. Yeah, that was him talking nonsense. Yeah, communism from 3,000 years ago. He said self-development and doing for self is rooted in white supremacy. It was absolute bonkers, absolutely out of his mind. But, you know, one of the things that I remember, I seen a video of this guy, and he was talking about how, like, all throughout our schools, the crazy kids or whatever, they were separated from the normal kids from K through 12, right? Some of them were good kids, some of them weren't, whatever. And now that we've graduated, they just outside. Like they live among us. And so you got to understand that there's crazy people, out there. So, yes. So Heather says that he said merit, the etymology for the word merit. No, that's not what he said. He said the etymology of the word meritocracy meant land of blacks or something like that. Like, oh my God, like the pseudo intellectualism was oozing out of this young man, Pauls. And it was just like, it was incredible to hear because he was so confident in how ignorant he was. And one of the things that you're always going to notice when you're dealing with crackpots like this, absolute crazy people like this, is that they can only hold on to one source. The things that they say can never be corroborated. You feel me? Can never be corroborated by any other source. It's only the one fucking other crazy person that you believe that says this shit, and then we supposed to believe it too. You want me to believe that Spartans were black. And it's like, despite the vast history or whatever, everybody agrees. Thousands and thousands of people, millions of people just agree that we're not going to say that they're black. And it's going to be this one text that is going to be misconstrued and misinterpreted by somebody 1,000 years later that, oh, this meant black. And then, yeah, like O for show says, he said marry, not merit. So basically, he was trying to break down the word merit, but then only took one letter off. And that's like, no. And even I humored the nigga and looked it up. And Mary don't even mean black. Like, it was insane. You feel me? It was absolutely insane and stupid. And this is why Hotep history exists. It's because there are people, because of the position black Americans are in. I would say other black people around the world too, but just speaking purely in the black American sense, because our history has been bastardized and weaponized by the mainstream histories and public school and all that other stuff, these niggas are emboldened to be able to try to do this. Like, they're trying to do the same thing that Hotep history does. And I'm not saying that this person is trying to be like me. That's not what I'm talking about. But when it comes down to giving real history, right? And not the whitewash bullshit that they tell you in McGraw-Hill textbooks and all this other shit, right? There's a level of fanaticism that goes along with it that I don't participate in. And that is where you get all of these myths from, right? We talk about the myths all of the time. The latest one is a 7 foot tall mute slave with superhuman strength that crushed the skulls of 9 slave owners. And so, because our American school system does not actually give real reverence to black Americans in the historical context, and it just only relegated them to slaves and second-class citizens after they were freed. Now we have to overcompensate because you don't have any pride. You're completely demoralized after hearing it. So now You have to overcorrect. And that's what you're seeing. With these people who lie on the ancestors, what they're essentially doing is overcorrecting for what public school did and what it's continuing to do, what mainstream histories have done to Black American history. So now, instead of you just going to the truth, and y'all know, there's not an episode that goes by on the show where we don't read some crazy ass shit that the ancestors was getting into. Okay? Didn't in our last episode, didn't we read about a woman like selling her husband or something? Like, it was something like that. It was something like that, like something that really happened that we can actually sink our teeth in, that's corroborated, by the primary source or other sources. Like, we get into amazing stories that should be turned into movies and TV shows and stuff like that. Like Isaac Fisher's story. Shit like that. So it's like, when it comes down to that, these people are just overcompensating and overcorrecting for what the public school system has done with Black American history. So now, instead of it just being like, yo, Romeo Govan invented hush puppies because he threw famous fish rods all throughout, famous throughout the South in South Carolina. Like, everybody, former slaves, politicians, entrepreneurs, scholars, you name it. If you wanted to go to the best fish fry in South Carolina, you were going to Romeo Govan's restaurant. You were going to Romeo Govan's fish fry. And the dope thing about it is, he had them like every week. It wasn't even something that you had to like wait for. It wasn't no special occasion. He was out there frying the motherfucking fish all week long. And while motherfuckers eating up all of the fish, he created fried cornmeal, and it was called Red Horse bread originally. I still don't even know how they even got the hush puppy name, because it started to be replicated throughout the South and stuff like that all throughout the 20th century. But when we read about him, it was corroborated by newspapers of the time praising him for his, not only for his fish fries, but for the Red Horse bread. Instead of that being the story, you get a bunch of niggas from Facebook telling you, oh, the slaves, when they were escaping, they would keep a pouch of fried cornmeal in their pockets to quiet the hunting dogs that are trained to track them down and return them to the plantation, or at least track them down so the slave owner or the slave catcher can catch them. You feel me? Complete fucking nonsense. That's not how this works. Do y'all, not y'all, but the people who make these lies up, because I've said this before, but just like the logistics, that's all you have. When it comes down to these motherfuckers lying on the ancestors, all you have to do is like, yo, does this make any common sense? Is this logical? Not that the ancestors were dumb, but they were, like I tell y'all, they were simple and pragmatic and practical. If I am being hunted by an animal whose nose is its superpower, why the fuck would I keep something in my pocket that actually activates that animal's superpower to track me down? If the slave catcher only has a tear of some cloth that I've worn or touched or put across my face, gives it to this fucking super smelling animal, and use that to track me down, and there's a fucking scent trail of fried cornmeal coming out of my pocket, and a scent trail, because you're leaving them down there. You're leaving a literal breadcrumb trail, making it even easier for a dog to catch you. This is the dumbest thing that you could ever possibly do. And then you also have to think about the logistics of that being now a recipe that is going to be passed down in cuisine. It's like, okay, now that we've reached freedom, you remember them little fried cornmeals that we were dropping for the dogs? These shits are actually pretty good, and we're going to put it next to the food. Like, no, fam. How do you make that leap? Like, this is the shit that I'm talking about. Like, they make up all of this shit because of what they were told in school. And so they know what they were told in school was a bunch of demoralizing bullshit. So now they got to make up their own lies. They got to make up their own narratives. So You got the public school on one side of the ancestors being like, yeah, they were a bunch of second-class citizens, feeble-minded bums. You know what I'm saying? They were our slaves. And then in the 60s, we let up off them, and now we so-called equal, but not really, and y'all second-class citizens to this day, for real, for real. And that's one side of the ancestors. And you got the other side of the ancestors like, oh no, we were fucking superheroes, and we were 7 foot tall, and we're crushing skulls, we were leaving fucking breadcrumbs and shit like that. That's, we called them shits hush puppies. Hush puppies. There's a black man by the name of Pierre Neptune that is the real person who founded Hennessy. There's a black man by the name of Willie Techman Jenkins who was really behind the technology of drones and all this other dumb shit. Like, y'all just make this shit up. So the ancestors in the middle is like, is anybody going to consider us? Is anybody going to ask us what the fuck we were doing? Is anybody going to ask us what life was like for us? And here come me. Here come Hotep Dubes. Ignoring these motherfuckers over here, because they lied to me ever since I was in kindergarten, and ignoring these niggas over here, because they just lying for clicks. And I'm like, yo, ancestors, man, how was your life, yo? Like, how was a random Monday for y'all? How did you get to where you were? How did you grow up? What values did your parents teach you? How did you guys get married? Where did you go to church? How did you worship? How did you learn? We learned the other night that what's my man name? Dudley Woodard created a practical arithmetic book that was specifically designed for students at Tuskegee using real world operations of Tuskegee to be able to bring the math lessons home. Something that was unprecedented, something that was never done before anybody, by any institution before a black mathematician did it. The same thing when it comes down to putting your life insurance, your life insurance policies in your alma mater's endowment. These are like revolutionary things that black Americans are doing, that people on both sides of them that are just completely ignoring. And here come me, just reading a 150-year-old book written by a black man telling me about his entire life. That's it. And being able to piece from that all of the other things going on around him, because in the same way that if you were to write your autobiography, you're going to talk about other things that were happening around you, what other people were doing, what the town was like, what the weather was like, what day-to-day life was like. You get to learn directly from them. And then y'all wonder why these people on both sides just be walking around thinking the worst of the ancestors. Because when they get them fighting and shit, so you got the people that grew up on the K through 12 McGraw-Hill bullshit going at the motherfuckers who are making shit up on Facebook and shit like that. Because all of this shit comes from Facebook. I'm sorry. All of this shit comes from Facebook. There's a bunch of bored motherfuckers making fucking memes and stupid shit like that. And so when they get the fucking arguing and shit like that, I be in the middle being like, y'all both lying. Y'all both lying. You got people over here that will literally swear up and down that black Americans were only able to do what they were doing because the white men allowed them. That's pretty much the takeaway from the mainstream histories. That if it wasn't for the benevolence of the white man, black Americans wouldn't have been able to do the things that they were doing. So anything subsequent after that don't really fucking matter. The white man's benevolence is now centered inside black American history. It's absolutely retarded. It's backwards as hell. But, I tell y'all all of the time, like, what do y'all expect? Honestly, if you were tasked as a black person, right? This, I don't know if everybody, I'm pretty sure most people here are black, but anybody, just imagine if you were black and you had to tell white history. How would that history sound? Would you not, focus on things that you know about white people? You wouldn't care to go and learn primary source and shit like that. You gonna just tell the story based upon your perspective of white people. And that's exactly what white people did to black people. It's like, my uncle was an abolitionist, I can tell you. Or, my mom, she had slaves or whatever, so I can tell you. Like, it's going to be shit like that, and their purview is not going to be really the end-all be-all to what black American history is, because there are no black Americans in the story. That's telling the story, rather. And it's absolute fucking nonsense. So because these motherfuckers lied for the past 70 years, you feel me? These motherfuckers over here get the lie, and then I'm just in the middle like, dog, It's all bullshit. Romeo Govan. That's it. I'm in the middle just telling the truth. You feel me? So let's check the chat. We got 2 chats going tonight. Let's see. Oh wow. Let's see. What? Ain't nobody selling nobody husband. That's a wrap. Nobody's doing that anymore. We done with that. You feel me? Yeah, and the man who sold his father because he didn't like his father correcting him. For sure says, I love a good fish fry. Shout out to the ancestors. That's a fact. Fish fries are a legendary, undefeated. You know what I'm saying? Why folks think the ancestors were stupid. I'm trying to tell you, the only way that you can really come away with the ancestors being stupid is if you were told Black American history by a bunch of people who hated your ancestors. That's the only way. And that's regardless of race. They could be white or black people. It don't matter. We've read material on this show where we were supposed to be talking about, black banks. And they just kept talking about the fuck shit that was going on with black people during the time. Like, we was like, dog, when we gonna get to the banks? We had to go to a whole different source that I had already queued up and shit like that. But still, it was a bunch of nonsense. So I'm telling you, it don't matter the race. Motherfuckers dead ass believe that due to racism being a thing that has been around for millennia, a thing that is never going away. Babies are racist. I told y'all that shit. While they may not, of course, perform hateful acts against another race, they prefer their own. Infants, literal babies, G. You gonna call a baby a bigot? Like, it's not going anywhere. People prefer their own kind. People prefer their own tribe. People prefer their own race. That's just what it is. You get your panties in a bunch about it just because, as far as what history has been told to you, that the only people that were allowed to practice tribalism were white Americans. And that's just not true. It's not true. Black towns had strict ordinances that white people could not buy property in their towns. But we're not even getting into that. All I'm sitting there telling y'all is that when it comes down to Black American history, y'all have been sold a bill of goods. Y'all have been lied to. And I ain't gonna front. Niggas ain't really start lying to y'all until about 60, 70 years ago. To be totally honest with you, Black American history was pure. We've read old Black American history books. We have. The Industrial History of the Negro Race in the United States by Giles B. Jackson and Webster Davis, D. Webster Davis. Ain't no bullshit in that book. That's the real history book that was published in the early 20th century. When it comes down to the Negro yearbooks, the Negro encyclopedias, and the Negro, like all of these different publications, the literal journal of Negro history, founded by Carter G. Woodson. There wasn't no bullshit in them papers. There wasn't no whitewash bullshit, and there's a bunch of black people telling black history. And then you'll have certain white people that'll be like guest stars or guest writers in the journal and shit like that. But for the most part, this is a black publication. Why the fuck, as the people, disparage our own, disparage the people that came before us, disparage ourselves? It's not happening. If you go to volume 1 of the Journal of Negro History, they're talking about doctors or some shit like that. I think that was like one of the first thing they talked about was black doctors. You feel me? Like, they understood the importance of telling the history correctly. And every time and if y'all been on the show, like how like for show and Sammy and Crystal have been like damn near since episode 1, y'all remember reading the prefaces of those books. We're specifically writing these books to inspire the next generation of black babies. That was the explicit reason why the books were written in the first place. That's why we're doing this shit. To make sure that the babies are not lied to, 1, and 2, that they're actually inspired to be great. Because we know nobody else is going to tell our story for us. At least not properly. I'm talking about, this is what the ancestors said in the late 19th century. They understood this off the dribble. We have to be the ones to tell our history, because if we let anybody else tell it, they're not going to be able to tell it right. They weren't there. They're not us. Motherfuckers talk about the Malcolm X autobiography, right? Or the biography. But Alex Hale, or whatever his name is, he lied on Malcolm in that book. It's the same nigga who made Roots. He lied on ancestors in that. And he's black. So you got to understand, son, I tell y'all all of the time, do not let another motherfucker tell your story. Tell your story. Write your autobiographies, yo. I'm telling you, there are going to be people like me and like you who like history for real, and they're going to want to know how you lived. You may not think about it like that, but I think about it all the time, because I'll be reading a book and the shit will literally say 1925 on it. Exactly 100 years ago. And I'm interested in them. So there's no reason for me to think that somebody 100 years from now won't be interested in my story. It only makes sense. But yo, motherfuckers are lying. Motherfuckers are lying. And that actually brings me to my first point. I only said this rant to get into my next one, because I'm sick of this shit. I seen this shit, I was like, damn, G. Hold on, where that shit at? Oh, y'all niggas is whack for not retweeting this. This shit was fire. This is great information. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. But anyway, we're going to get to that in a second. This is what I was talking about. Look at this fucking shit right here, bro. Jobs most at risk from AI. Interpreters and translators, which like makes the most sense. That makes the most sense to me, right? But historians are a close second. A close second. So what this means, this is this is alarming. Because if you allow artificial intelligence to be the entity that tells your history, you will be lied on so much and then be believed by so many that it's going to cause a complete distortion of Black American history. History, period, but Black American history already. We are already seeing it. Big Jacob the Silent. You know how many people believe that story? That story has been shared for however long it's being shared, and it's in a book written by a Black man. And so what I'm trying to tell y'all, man, like, don't be surprised if in your old age, motherfuckers will tell you about how your childhood was in the 1990s, in the early 2000s and shit like that, and completely make shit up. And then they'll have a bunch of artificial intelligence to back them up. The AI said it. Y'all know I be having my issues with AI. I don't even use AI. I only use AI to point me into the direction of the primary source. I do not let the AI interpret it for me. I read it for myself. Because too many times I've not asked, because I never ask, but put in keywords that are supposed to, like, you know, give me what I'm looking for. And the AI, the Google AI, will tell me that shit don't exist. It will tell me that shit don't exist. It never happened. And I'm literally looking at a primary source that says it did. It's absolutely insane. So again, AI don't know shit. I'm getting all of this information out of old books. The AI is not trained on these old books. The best they can do is tell you that the old books exist online, or the title of the book, or what have you. But other than that, the AI can't do that shit. Half the shit that I be teaching on these motherfucking shows, you can't even Google. You gotta fucking deep dive through the archives. How many people that when we're going over this stuff, I'll highlight the name and try to search their name in Google, and the shit does not come, nothing comes up. They'll show me a picture of a white man that was born in like 1980. Is this who you talking about? No, it's not who I'm talking about. The man that I'm talking about was a black man born in the early 19th century or late 19th century. And Google has no fucking idea who this person is. And this is who is taking over history? I keep saying person, but this is the entity that's taking over history? Insane. Absolutely insane. You can't go for it. You cannot go for it, yo. I'm telling you, make sure, yo, that you guys are still tapping into primary sourced historians, making sure that you're tapping into the primary sources yourself, because I'm telling you, in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you are going to see the proliferation of AI telling you or dictating to the world what is and what isn't. They're already doing it. Do you know how many people will fucking send me a screenshot of AI telling them how, what to think and shit like that as a response to me thinking independently based upon my own research? You know how many times motherfuckers think they have a gotcha moment with me because a robot pretty much corroborated with their confirmation bias. Like they corroborated the prompt. And you can have your AI agree to any fucking thing. Anything. And so one of the dead giveaways when it comes down to these motherfuckers who screenshot the AI in debates, the first word the AI uses is usually either yes or no. And the reason why that's important is because they're asking leading questions. They're asking leading questions. So the robot is just responding, yes, comma, whatever fucking blabber. Whatever babble that comes after that shit. Me, I don't do that. When I search for something, I only look up keywords. I'm not having a conversation with AI. It's not what I'm doing. When I Google something, I'm only typing, if I'm looking up Black American gold miners from the a part of the 49ers, I'm putting Black American gold miners 1849. That's it. I'm not asking, show me or, what were Black Americans. I'm not doing that. I'm just only going off of the keywords because it's a fucking robot. It's not a person. They're only going off of the keywords being used. So when you ask an AI, language model a leading question, basically looking for confirmation for what you already believe, that is what the AI is going to tell you. But when you're just being objective, when it comes down to my research, I can tell you, AI will flat out tell me some shit don't exist, and I'm looking at it primary sourced. I'm looking at it, an advertisement of it, or I'm looking at a person writing an article about it in a newspaper in 1890. And AI is telling me, like, nah, this shit don't exist. More times than not. You know what I'm saying? More times than not. And so when it comes down for me, yeah, I'm always going to be primary sourced out because I'm sick of the lies. And I want everybody else to be sick of the lies too, because it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. Motherfuckers is getting lies off. Let's check the chat. Let's see. Oh yeah, everybody just face palming the bullshit. Jason says your AI moderator on Kick sucks. Also, I'm trying to find that book by Woodard. You ain't gotta really look far. One, the AI moderator is absolutely trash on Kick. I gotta figure out how to fix that. You feel me? I do. It's totally trash. But as far as the book, man, it's in the description of the video. It's not hard to find. Vincent says the real history is dope. That's a fact, man. Thank you, Vin. Jason says definitely Vincent. If the children knew, they wouldn't be so quick to allow the lies to spread in February. It would be hot. That's what I'm saying. That's a fact. I'd get fired. Jason says I get fired because I be using real history and giving my opinion. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. I know that. I know, like, if I was hired to teach history and shit like that, they better know that I'm coming with my own curriculum. I'm coming with my own syllabus. You ain't gotta worry about it. You know how a motherfucker come like into the pool hall with his own pool stick and shit like that? Or a motherfucker got his own, like he go to the bowling alley, he got his own ball and he got his own shoes and shit. Like that's how I'm coming into the history like class. Like don't even trip. I don't need none of y'all textbooks or none of that shit. I got my own suggested reading. I got my own lessons. I got all of that. They gonna really know about Black American history. So much so that they gonna wish that they could just listen to this shit all day. Every class is only what, 45 minutes, hour and a half. Y'all see how long these motherfucking streams be going? Cause you know I can talk. You know I can yap about the ancestors all day. And I have to tell it in chronological order. So yeah, an hour and a half? What? And I have to mix in having them talk back to me. Is not just me lecturing them for an hour and a half. What? That hour and a half is gonna go by so fast, and all of them kids are gonna be like, damn. They're gonna be like, oh, like, yeah, I know, don't trip. We'll be back tomorrow. They gonna love it, man. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So yeah. Let's see what else we got. Yorn says, dude just wants to spread YouTube knowledge and sounds like he learned from same dude who wrote about the black samurai Yasuke. He made up a lot of it instead of writing about him being likely a sideshow performer for Oda Nobunaga in his guest. So yeah, I heard about the black samurai, and I remember I was watching Hidden Colors. If y'all know about that documentary series and shit, right? And Dr. Umar Johnson was on one of these documentaries talking about how you couldn't be a samurai if you didn't have black blood. And I was just like, now when I first seen it, because I've always been interested in history, like always. And so when he said it, I mean, you hear that shit as a black man, you're like, oh shit, that's pretty interesting. Man, I went to go look that shit up, and it was absolutely not true. But what I did find was Yasuke. He's the black samurai and shit like that. So that's a perfect example. I'm glad Yorn brought that up, because that's another perfect example, like the hush puppy shit. So instead of the history being that there was one black samurai in Japan who was first a slave, then freed, and all of that other shit, and like he said, he could have just been a performer. He could have just been a performer or some shit like that. But anyway, instead of just telling the truth about Yasuke, you would rather make up a whole entire world building at this point. Now you're getting into, your fictional writing, to where now every samurai had to have black blood in order for them to be a samurai. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And it's like, the shit when it comes to these fucking people, it's like, yo, I know that y'all think that there's like this big conspiracy amongst every historian ever, especially if they white, to not talk about anything good about black Americans or black people in general. But I promise you that when it comes down to spectacular shit that black people were doing, it was documented by other people other than black people as well. Like when we get to talking about ancient Kemet and shit like that, right? Ancient Kemet, they did have a writing system, but a lot of their histories were oral, and a lot of their mathematics were in the structures that they built. They didn't really write down equations like that. But you'll have Plato, Pythagoras, and all these other people who got all of their knowledge from ancient Africa and wrote all of this shit down and just basically said, this is our shit. You feel me? Who was the father of medicine according to the Europeans? Who was he? I forgot his name. But the father of Hotep, the father of medicine, as far as the Europeans are concerned or whatever, he learned all of that shit from ancient Africans, bro. So it's like, how do I know that? Because they said that they studied in Egypt. They said they studied the Kemet. So even though they wrote down all of this shit and pretty much said this is their shit, they still, if you do the knowledge, if you do the research, say that they got this shit from there. And then you got the ancient Africans who wrote down the Nile Valley civilizations, who wrote down all of these other things as well. That corroborates this. So for me, dog, it just doesn't make any sense to lie on the ancestors. You're making the ancestors look bad, because then what happens is somebody like me, or somebody who is not even me, but somebody who goes out of their way to disparage Black American history or Black history, they have a field day with you lying ass niggas, because now you have put the ancestors in a position to be disrespected by lying on them. So now this white dude or this non-black dude to be like, oh, this is why, you motherfuckers was just our slaves and da-da-da-da. Like, now they feel even more emboldened to shit on the ancestors because you done made up a whole bunch of lies about them. And so the logic is you're insecure about your history, therefore you got to make up a bunch of bullshit. And that, you're setting the ancestors even further back. You're setting our history even further back. Because now they're looking at it for exactly what it is you overcompensating, and because they don't even look at it you overcorrecting, because they don't think there was anything that needed to be corrected. As far as that K through 12 shit, they cool with that. So you are just overcompensating for your ancestors' lack of, advancement, your ancestors' lack of any type of, contributions that would actually help society or civilization. So now both of you have walked over the ancestors and didn't even consider them, because y'all want to lie on them. You got to have black blood to be a samurai. That's idiotic. Let's see. Yorn says, dudes, when you put out your book, I'll buy it and start spreading it to different libraries in my home city. For sure, man. For sure. I got several books coming. 2026 is going to be a very booky year. I've been writing these books all year. Excited to share it with you guys. You feel me? So I appreciate it. What else we got? AI Sauce the Prophet says AI gonna mix the history up, man. Cause that's how the psyops work. If you sprinkle a little bit of truth in that shit, you can build a whole bunch of lies around it. You can help build a whole bunch of lies around it. It's like a lie sandwich. You feel me? You got a little bit of truth on top, a lot of lies in the middle, a little bit of truth on the bottom. Smash that bitch together, and there you go. Yorn says, Dr. S.D. Redman was the hardest name to find. Listen, man, I'm trying to tell y'all, Hotep history is one of a kind. One of a kind. You can only find this stuff here at Hotep history. I ain't gonna lie. You know how many times I be on stream just stumbling on some shit. Stumbling. Speaking of stumbling, let's get to the bookmarks, man. Let's get to the bookmarks. Y'all heard what was son's name? Zoran, whatever his son name was. Zoran, he let's get to the bottom of the page. Oh yeah, so I already started with that. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't in the other ones. Okay. So boom, the fucking 7-foot slave. Yeah, man. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna talk about it, but I was. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna talk about it, but I was. Conscious lead, nigga. So this is the reason why I got a whole. Oh man, we're gonna watch a little bit of this shit, because I ain't gonna lie, son really be annoying the shit out of me.
An apology. Are you going to apologize? What you're looking for is already happened last year and it's pinned in my TikTok. But I know bad faith actors when I see one. You don't care about an apology. You want to, I got you. We pop champagne bottles, these hoes be lying. And because I'm not giving y'all access to my page to be able to troll, y'all throwing temper tantrums. Y'all throwing hissy fits. It's a bunch of grown men celebrating a black woman being sentenced 90 days in jail, 10 years probation, 10 years off the internet, and paying $42,000 back.
Yes, nigga. Yes, because she's a fucking fraud. Yes, nigga. That's yes. Justice was served, nigga. Don't we Yo, what the fuck was this nigga trying to say, son? This nigga's making it seem like the system just came out of nowhere and was like, yo, you're going to jail for 90 days for no reason. You got to stay off the internet for 10 years for no reason. And you got to pay $14,000 for no reason. No, nigga, this is what you call justice being served to a criminal who committed a crime by defrauding the public, by lying, you being one of the people of the public who believed it, likely donated to the motherfucker. And now you have to fucking pay for that. This didn't happen to her. This is 100% something that she manifested in her own life because she could not stop lying. And this is not even the first or the second time that she tried to run this scam. And so shout out to Daphne. That's her name, right? Daphne. Shout out to Daphne for doing her part in exposing that woman for lying. If you guys were there, and y'all know I don't even get into the gender war, but if you guys were there, the onslaught, the avalanche of anti-black male rhetoric based upon this woman lying was incredible. Was absolutely incredible. And this nigga here was one of the loudest voices in defense of that lying ass woman, disparaging other black men specifically because we didn't believe her lies. And none of her story lined up. None of it. And he wanted to jump out there as being the contrarian intellectual nigga that can see through all of the fog and can see through all of the bullshit while he was literally had a plate full of it, shoving it down his motherfucking throat. His self-hate for him being a black man, a straight black man, allegedly. He wants to be a feminist so bad. He wants to be able to be different and show himself to be, you know, this intellectual that overstands shit, and he's so behind the eight ball is fucking credible. This entire, just like O for Show said, this entire campaign was a bunch of niggas like him falling for the pimping. Falling for the pimping. And instead, so this is when niggas, they can't escape being a man. Even the ones who physically try to escape being a man, and y'all know what I'm talking about, they can't. Because this is all ego right here. This is all pride. Instead of that nigga being like, you know what? I believe that lying ass bitch too. She got me too. And I came after y'all because of it. I fucked up. I shouldn't have believed it. Straight up and down. No, the ego is like, oh, these motherfuckers just want to humble me. Oh, these motherfuckers, y'all don't really care about justice. Y'all care about popping bottles and dancing on her grave and all. I'm like, yo, you can't be the same nigga that was okay with the Charlie Kirk shit, though. Like, these niggas, this is why I be talking about these people don't really be having no principles. They don't really be having no morals, son. They really don't be having no ethics for real. They all for sale. All of these niggas is for sale. All of them. Straight up and down. And listen, this is not me standing on my high horse or sitting on my high horse, you feel me? Trying to act holier than thou. Nah, nigga, I'm really like that. I actually am holier than you niggas. This ain't an act. All of them grifting ass black conservatives, they all got the same email. I got the same email. When I was first hitting the timeline, pushing Hotep, pushing, my version of black conservatism, all of them sellout organizations hit my line and wanted me to be a pundit. Wanted me to be another one of these black conservative niggas who go around telling black people that they ain't shit. We'd love to have you on. We would love to hire you. We would love to work with you. All of that other shit because I'm a hood nigga. And hood niggas is a particular niche. Y'all remember, what was son who died of HIV? King something. Tell me, chat. It was a nigga who died of HIV a few years ago. King something. He was pushing Trump. He was pushing MAGA heavy. Brooklyn nigga. I know it was King Face. King Face. They wanted more of them niggas because you need to have a hood nigga on there because that speaks to the average nigga. They don't want just the intellectuals. They want niggas who talk like I talk, but still espouse talking points that they want you to say or they would agree with. So I was a hot commodity, not gonna lie. These motherfuckers, yeah, they wanted me. Pause. Because they knew I was gonna talk that slang shit. They knew I was gonna be, boisterous. And nobody can call me racist against black people. Because that's what a lot of them, and I'm a man who have conservative values. And I stand on them. It's not even like I'm conservative because what that nigga Torre tried to say for white approval, nigga, my granny was conservative. Her granny was conservative. I don't know what the fuck you niggas is talking about. I was raised like this. I didn't find conservatism. I delved deeper into it as I got older, but my granny was like this. My granny was anti-handout. My granny was the one who told me to keep it tall, to be honest. So when it come down to this shit, G, like, it's different. I was literally born into this shit. So when it comes down to not selling out, I told all of them no. I told all of them no. Every last one of them, I'm straight. I'm Hotep. Because the minute I say yes, y'all gonna strip Hotep. Y'all not gonna want me to fly Hotep. Y'all not gonna want me to fly any type of critiques of the conservatives. Y'all gonna want me to be a parrot. And I'm cool. I'm cool on that. But on the left, first of all, it's a different dynamic of supply and demand. There's a huge supply of these niggas. So the demand is low. So because it's a huge supply of these niggas and demand is low, these motherfuckers got to really shuck and jive, nigga. You got to be the most shuckinest, jivingest nigga to actually make it to the upper echelons of being a black liberal or black left-leaning shill. Because we get y'all niggas vote 80, 90% every election Democrat. You niggas are a dime a dozen. You're a penny a dozen. You're a penny a dozen. You know how many fucking conscious leads there are? Insane. Like, come on. Think about how many niggas talk like him. Think about if you've been on the timeline for the past decade. How many niggas talk like him versus how many niggas talk like me? It's mad at him. It's endless supplies of niggas like this, especially for a bag. What? Hating Trump, hating Republicans and conservatism, doubling down on your liberal outlooks and shit like that. That's easy. As a matter of fact, hold on. Didn't this nigga say something?
We ain't even gonna get into the constitutionality of harsh and unusual punishment because she got everything she deserved. That's how a lot of
harsh. See, this is what I'm saying. This is another thing what these intellectually dishonest dirt bags do. They talk fast. They trip up over their own fucking words because they want to hurry up and get it out of the way. I want you to know that whenever you see a motherfucker talking like that, talking mad fast, they either have a severe speech impediment or they do not want you to hear what the fuck they just said and they want to get to the next point. What this nigga just said was that Rhoda just endured cruel and unusual punishment. Cruel and unusual. So you defrauding the public multiple times. Getting potentially black men jammed up multiple times. You able to make money off of these lies multiple times. It's cruel and unusual to send her to jail for 3 months. And to pay the money that she stole and defrauded back, that's cruel and unusual. Like, what, nigga?
How y'all feel? I live in Texas, born and raised in the state. I know people that I got people in my family that got 10 years probation. They was on the run for 7 years and they got charged with vehicular assault. They got 10 years probation.
Nigga, did you hear what you just said? Did you hear what you just said? You are family members with somebody who was a fugitive for almost a decade. And what he got was 10 years probation. And somehow Somehow this is an indictment on the system. Now, unless you are saying that your family member should have gone to jail or gone to prison, you feel me? For what he did, for being on the run, for hitting or harming somebody with a vehicle. So the charge was harming somebody with a vehicle. The nigga jumped bail or whatever it was and was on the run for 7 years. He was a fugitive for 7 years, gang. Look at the smug face. Look at this nigga's face. He really think he cooking right now. Look at this nigga's face. Look at this nigga's face, gang. Like, this nigga is proud. He think he's dropping bars right now, son. He think he dropping heat. His cousin was on. His cousin could have potentially killed somebody with their vehicle. Was on the run for 7 years and got 10 years probation, and he's looking at this shit like, oh, if Rhoda got 90 days in jail and 10 years of probation, then my people's either was like his justice wasn't served for him or it was. And so if it was served for him, then she definitely, shouldn't have gone to jail at all. And if it wasn't served, he should have gotten time in prison. Like, this is the logic these people will be operating off of. You feel me? And I got you, Jason. I got you tonight, bro. I was handling a whole bunch of other shit and I didn't get to it. But I remember, I didn't forget you, Jason. I got you.
No jail time. You feel me? So,
nigga mad. So wait. So the logic is the fucking system, this nigga didn't get no jail time at all. Which I don't believe. I don't believe a motherfucker was on the run for 7, unless this motherfucker had like a fucking dynamite lawyer being on the run for you being a fugitive for 7 years after an assault charge with a vehicle and they only gave you 10 years probation. You either got an ill-ass lawyer or this nigga is lying. But he legitimately looks at this shit like that man, because of the verdict, didn't deserve to go to prison. No, nigga, his lawyer is just what it was. Because he 100% deserves to go to prison, my nigga. Like, what are you talking about? And so to think that because he didn't go to jail and Rhoda is going to jail, that there's some type of like imbalance in our morals and principles is fucking crazy. No, that's you, nigga. You the one that's either okay with this nigga not going to prison for vehicular assault, whatever the fuck, you feel me? Or you think that neither one of them should have gone to, like, he shouldn't have gone to jail and she shouldn't have gone to jail, which is just fucking degenerate. It's fucking degenerate.
Y'all hatred for this woman right here and being like, aha, look at her, I told you. Look at him, I told you. Y'all ignoring the harsh and unusual punishment or the extrajudicial of the system, of the sentences. And because, hey.
Nigga, what? This is what I'm talking about with these niggas. Can y'all blame Black America for being anti-intellectual when these are the intellectuals? This nigga is gaslighting good-natured people into being degenerates. He's calling you stupid, backwards, and hypocritical because you want somebody who is defrauding the public to get justice, to be brought to justice. Something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you for wanting this woman to be brought to justice. These niggas is so backwards, son. All in the name of grifting, son. All in the name of that check, that bread.
You believe that's what it is. But anti-intellectualism make it where you're going to fight the way in which you're perpetuating the power of the system to over-sentence. This is what it is, man.
So, over-sentence. So, according to this nigga, if the system, because doing all of this shit, right? If the system is unusually harming Rhoda for lying, the logic has to continue because you can't brag that your family member didn't go to prison for the foul shit that they did and then say that same system, okay, It's fucked up because this is all in Texas. This is the same fucking system, the same state. He from Texas. Rhoda did all of this shit in Texas. Or the foul was reported at the very least in Houston, right? So on one hand, you saying that, yo, my cousin or my peoples was able to be on the run for 7 years and only got 10 years probation. She lied on a man, you feel me? And then lied to be able to get money and shit like that. Now that's cruel and unusual. Now the same system is cool when your degenerate family member only got 10 years probation, which I don't think people understand, like, the what goes into being on probation for 10 years, my G. Like, if you violate probation in that decade, which is what they want you to do, you go to prison for the remainder of that time, gang. That's it. Understand that. So when it comes down to that shit, I don't understand how you can smugly smile, and brag about your cousin basically not going to prison or not going to jail, and then say this same system was harsh and unusual to Rhoda. That's insane, son. And then to top it off, you're going to call it anti-intellectualism. You're going to call it people not doing their due diligence when this entire case is based upon people doing their due diligence. And that's the thing. You want people to just agree with you. Because I can tell you this right here. If an ignorant nigga who don't read whatsoever, if an ignorant nigga who don't read or do research whatsoever agreed with you, you would call him intelligent. You would call him smart. You would call him somebody that should be listened to. Even though he don't do no research, he don't read, he don't have any discernment, he can be lied to, he falls for fucking AI on Facebook just like everybody else, all of that shit. But because he agrees with your dumb ass, now all of a sudden he should be listened to. However, on the flip side, if all he does, a person who all they do is read and do research and do due diligence. As a matter of fact, in the realm of this is their field of study, law. And they don't agree with you. Now all of a sudden, that person who studies law all of the time, whether they're a lawyer or not, is now somehow anti-intellectual. These people are disingenuous. They're intellectually dishonest. They're charlatans. They're snake oil salesmen all day long. They're grifters. They're panderers. That's all they are. And the thing is, because there's always going to be something going on inside of Black America. There's always going to be racism. There's always going to be discrimination. There's always going to be some type of inequity happening. They'll always have a job. They'll always have a topic. They'll always have something to fucking talk about. And they'll have you falling for their pimping, telling you that you need to join in their crusade against racism, like they can actually end that shit. It's literally like mopping the ocean, gang. Never ending. There's always going to be a well that he can always go back to. A well that he can always tap into. You can find some random news story online. White man does something to black man. White woman does something to black woman. Shit, it ain't even got to have anything to do with black people. As long as it got something to do with a racist white person, these motherfuckers is going to get paid. Because I done seen this nigga talk about white people doing shit to Hispanics and Asians and all types of shit. These niggas don't even be giving a fuck about Black America for real. They just like being anti-white. That's all it's about. They just like being anti-white. And it's cool to do now. That's why I don't believe these niggas. That's why I don't believe them. This is the safest ever to be in, to be anti-white. You niggas ain't really putting nothing on the line. White people, like, come on, son. We not about to do this. We not about to act like you niggas are in Jim Crow right now, dog. Knock it off. There's entire porn categories dedicated to interracial dealings and all of that. Like, y'all niggas is so far removed from an era to where you would actually be risking your life speaking out against white racism. What are you talking about? We watch founding members of Black Lives Matter turn into millionaires based upon the grift. Ain't nobody try to assassinate them. Ain't nobody trying to silence them. But you know who was assassinated and silenced? Rest in peace, Darren Sills. Rest in peace, Darren Sills. Those types of people were being assassinated because they was actually speaking truth to power. They were actually exposing the scam and all of the nefarious shit that they was doing. Those are the people who get assassinated. I'm letting y'all know right now, revolutionaries and revolutionary thought leaders do not get brand deals, gang. Revolutionaries do not get sponsorships. Revolutionaries are never accepted by the mainstream. That's the entire fucking point. So if you're going to events that are sponsored by Chase Bank, you're going to events that's sponsored by Wells Fargo and Walmart and AT&T and shit. What are you talking about? You niggas are bought and paid for. You are so much in the system that you're selling it back to the people. You niggas are products. That's all you niggas are. You niggas are action figures, dog. That's it. You're paid actors. You're not real. You're apparitions at this fucking point. You people are not real. Y'all niggas have created these ideologies, not even the ideology, because y'all, shit, that's giving y'all too much credit. But y'all create these personas who espouse these ideologies that was more than likely given to you by a foreigner. Ain't no American gave you this shit. No real American gave you this shit. Ain't no real black American gave you this shit. Because real black Americans ain't really giving a fuck about nothing other than black America. So you get all of this foreign ideology, you fucking create this persona online, and then you're able to get all of the clicks and shit like that. You're a fucking clown. I'm talking about a literal definition of a clown, son. That's it. Like, y'all bought and paid for. Your thoughts are not your own. Motherfuckers get to talking about critically thinking and all of that shit. These motherfuckers are so lacking in that area. So deficient. Because clicks, shares, pats on the back, and all of that other shit is worth more than actually being honest. Than actually having principles and standing on them. Actually having morals and standing on them. So yes, I am better than you niggas. I'm letting y'all know that right now. All of them same factions hit my line. No fucking thank you. No thank you. I'm good. I don't want to be a part of none of them fucking groups. I don't want to be a part of none of those factions because I know all they doing is selling a product. And if that's what we're going to do, I'm going to sell my own product. Patreon.com/Hotep History. I'm going to sell my own shit. I'm going to sell shit that's already in my backyard. Men of Order, Black Guns Matter, telling y'all to donate to King Randall. Those are my round. It's not my fucking people. I don't give a fuck about none of them platforms, dog. None. I'm good. These motherfuckers want notoriety. They want to be famous, yo. First of all, I don't give a fuck about being famous. That's one. You know what I'm saying? I need to matter to who I need to matter to, period. Scruggs, I tweeted that Suge Knight shit, right? Up here. Oh, no, this is in my bookmarks. But I tweeted that Suge Knight gif, right? And Scruggs responded, it's like, that's why I show my children Hotep history regularly. That's who I need to matter to. A black father raising his kids. I don't give a fuck about being recognized by none of these factions and none of these networks and shit like that. My passion or my dreams or determinations or anything like that had never been surrounded about being famous. Never. I never cared to be on, mainstream TV. I never cared to do none of that shit. I always been a fan of the underground anyway. Y'all know it. We play spitter over here. I don't give a fuck about being, in these new black circles. Because I'm going to tear shit up anyway. Honestly, the only reason why I would have done any of that shit, and I wouldn't be able to justify it for as long as I would need to do it, is to infiltrate them spaces and turn shit up. That would be the only reason why you would see me kicking it in an event hosted and ran and celebrating new blacks. Because I want to tear shit up in that motherfucker. You feel me? But no, I don't want to be a part of none of the new blacks, whether they liberal or conservative. I'm good. I did one event, one weekend. And the motherfuckers had the feds following me the whole fucking weekend. They tried to jam my nigga Maj up. And I was about to fight in the White House because this fucking clown, Officer Tatum, was doing too much. So I was going to beat the fuck out of fucking Officer Tatum in the White House, get put on a fucking list, get sent to federal prison over that shit. So not the White House. That's not where you shake shit up. So, it is what it is. But I already went there and I seen it. Now, a lot of them were young. So, it is what it is. And I talked to them. And they told me why they're conservative. Their parents raised them to be this way. The social conservatism and stuff like that has harmed them. Not physically, mostly. But in middle school and high school and shit like that, they didn't get into some of the social liberalism that you would see in the average black high school or middle school kids. Because their parents didn't raise them like that. So there was a social disconnect. And so being able to find one another nationwide and come together and congregate and be amongst, people who were raised like them, they felt good about that. Every child wants to feel like they belong to something. Every person wants to feel like they belong to something greater. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad at them. But I told them, all of the youngins, and they'll tell you that Doe told them that shit. Like, yo, make sure that y'all are not losing who you are, for this, for politics. You're still a human being. You're still a human being at the end of the day. Don't have your politics be your identity. Have your politics, have your beliefs and all that other shit, but actually create a personality. Actually find out who you are. Because all of this MAGA shit, all of this Trump shit, all of this Republican shit, at the end of the day, bro, is only a percentage of your life. A small percentage. You still got to know who the fuck you are at the end of the day. You feel me? So these clowns right here, man, they're just a bunch of shills, man. These people are not real.
You can acknowledge motherfucker did a crime and be like, the time don't fit the shit. You feel me?
90 days? Nigga, 90 days? 90 days is too long for a motherfucker who defrauded tens of thousands of dollars from the public.
But because y'all want to engage in this unethical, these hoes be lying, and any nigga that believe these hoes be lying, fuck the niggas too. Listen, man, we come from different frameworks of value. We come from different frameworks, you know what I'm saying, and different value systems. So an apology.
Absolute fucking rubbish. That was rubbish. It's word salad. These motherfuckers don't be saying anything. We come from two different worlds of values. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If you are evoking values and you understand that Shorty did wrong, please explain to me how 90 days for fraud is too harsh. I want to know the logic behind that. 90 days, 10 years off of fucking social media, because that's what the fuck, that's the medium that you used to defraud people, and 10 years probation. Like, you play stupid games, you win stupid fucking prizes. No, you can't be on the fucking, I find it funny that he said off the internet. No, you can't be on social media. You can be on the internet all you fucking want. But you cannot be on social media. If you get caught being on social media, you're going to violate probation. You have to go to prison for 10 years or whatever the remainder of that shit is. Straight up and down. You fucked that up. You use several different social media platforms to be able to defraud the public. You cannot use it anymore. That's the rules. That's the rules. Man. So, fuck consciously. That is what it is. You goddamn right. I just peeped that, Rashad. You goddamn right. You better. You better go defend yourself, nigga. I ain't like that. We ain't about to get into it. So let's get into something more lighthearted than the consciously, nigga. All right. Let's get into this. Let's get into this right here.
Famous toys banned for very good reasons. Clackers, two hard acrylic balls on a string that slammed together at high speed. They caused broken wrists, shattered windows, and even eye injuries before finally being banned. Did anyone in your family have these? Snack time Cabbage Patch Kids. This doll ate plastic food with motorized jaws, but it didn't stop there. It chewed kids' hair and fingers too, forcing a nationwide recall. Creepy crawlers, Thingmaker kids poured liquid plastic into metal molds heated to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. It made cool bugs and plenty of second-degree burns. Safety rules didn't stand a chance back then. Sky dancers. Their spinning wings looked magical until they started hitting kids in the face, breaking teeth, and causing eye injuries. Over 100 incidents later, they were pulled from shelves. Gilbert U-238 Atomic Energy Lab. It literally came with real uranium, a science kit that let kids handle radioactive material. Sold for 1 year before parents realized how dangerous it was. Lawn darts, jarts. Heavy metal darts meant for outdoor fun until they caused thousands of injuries and several deaths. The government banned them permanently that same year.
Listen, we're going to watch this shit again. But I'm not going to hold you, bro. Outside of maybe one of those fucking toys, this was bullshit. Banning these toys, there was not a good reason to ban them shits. I'm sorry, bro. Listen, you remember how I told y'all, if you motherfuckers is going on the internet and you are watching these videos and you are having a hard time differentiating between real life and AI and shit like that, I'm just letting you guys know right now, it's culling the herd. You're being called from the herd. Point blank, period. Same thing here. Same thing here. Let's go over this shit one more time. Let's go over it one more time because I feel like this was some bullshit.
Famous toys banned for very good reasons.
Good reason.
Clackers, two hard acrylic balls on a string that slammed together at high speed. They caused broken wrists, shattered windows, and even eye injuries before finally being banned.
So what? So what? iPhones cause fucking eye injuries and shit like that too. So the fuck what? What the fuck? What was that? What was the injuries they said? What was this? Broken wrists, shattered windows, and even eye injuries. So the fuck what? This is not a reason to ban nothing. No. No. Absolutely fucking not. They cause broken wrists, shattered windows, and even eye injuries. That's a skill issue. That's what we call a skill issue. That is what we call a skill issue, fam. If you broke your wrist based upon this fucking game, bro, them's the fucking, that's it. That's the breaks, bro. Sorry. I can't help you. You need to go ahead and wrap your wrist up and shit like that and be more mindful of your ability to break your own wrist. Are you shitting me? So none of us can play with this fucking toy. And we had the 90s versions where it was like, there was like this on a stick and you just went like that. It wasn't a string. It was like a little stick or whatever. You feel me? Like, my nigga, a broken wrist is not life-threatening, fam. You could break your wrist doing anything. Shit, you could break your wrist sleeping wrong, nigga. Like, man, put the fucking toy back on the shelf, man.
Before finally being banned. Did anyone in your family have these?
Yes, they did. I had them.
Snack time Cabbage Patch Kids.
Uh-huh.
This doll ate plastic food with motorized jaws.
Regular shit. Seems like a regular doll to me.
But it didn't stop there. It chewed kids' hair and fingers too.
So listen, I want y'all to know that I don't know if y'all know this shit, but Cabbage Patch Kids are not real children. They're dolls. And so they have to be acted upon for any of the injuries to ever be fucking sustained on a human being. That's how this shit works. The Cabbage Patch doll don't walk up and fucking puts your hair in its mouth and starts chewing it. No, you would have to fucking put your hair in its mouth. Likewise, your fucking finger. How about don't do that? And I'm sure that since there's no real teeth in that bitch, and it's not a real fucking person chewing your finger, you feel me? Like, it wasn't like it ripped your fucking finger off. Just don't put your finger in the doll's mouth. What the fuck?
Forcing a nationwide recall. Creepy crawlers, thingmaker kids poured liquid plastic into metal molds heated to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. It made cool bugs and plenty of second-degree burns. Safety.
What? So what? What about the oven in the house? There's an oven 10 times the size in the kitchen. In the kitchen. Giving way, like, they giving 3rd and 4th degree burns. This shit is fucking crazy, son. And this is what I'm saying. Look at the dates. You got a couple that was in the 90s and shit like that going into the 2000s. Well, the late 90s. But look, I'm telling y'all, son, the late 60s. The late 60s, America was like, you know what? Fuck everything that got us here. We about to turn everything on its fucking ear. The 1960s, boy, I'm trying to tell you. This shit is fucking crazy, dog. It's a small little oven that you understand. In order for your fucking little liquid that you poured into the molds to get to harden, you're going to have to put it in at least 400 degree oven. What the fuck possesses you to put your finger in that shit or touch that shit? I don't understand it. You know that it's hot. You know that it's hot. And now me, being the smart child that I am, knowing that this shit gets this hot, it needs to get this hot for me to have the toy that I want. I want my creepy crawler thing. So inside my creepy crawler thing maker, the shit gets hot to make my creepy crawlers, nigga. So I sit patiently, wait for my creepy crawlers to be fucking made, take the shit out. It has a handle and everything. Take the handle, pull the shit out of the fucking oven, turn the oven off, peel my fucking creepy crawlers out of the molds, and I have new toys. Because that's what the fucking manufacturer had in mind. He had me in mind, not your dumbass. He had me in mind. A smart kid who would be able to use this shit and have fun with it. Not you turning the motherfucking oven on and being like, you know what? Let me slide my fucking hand in the oven, in the tray, and see what happens. What do you think happens when 400 degree heat meets a human hand? What do you think happens? The fuck? 2nd degree burns, dummy.
Rules didn't stand a chance back then. Sky dancers. Their spinning wings looked magical until they started hitting kids in the face.
Dog, you have to be some kind of an idiot to... Yo, the entire point of this fucking toy was to launch it into the air. So the only way that this shit could have hit you in the fucking eye is if you were staring at it while you were launching. You were staring down at it while you were launching it. I remember this. The other ones I remember and shit like that, but this one I remember specifically being recalled. I remember. Because my sister wanted this shit. You feel me? Breaking teeth and causing eye injuries. What, man? What I'm saying to you is that this is why kids are fucking soft. This is why. Because instead of you accepting the fact that you have a dumb fucking kid who is prone to getting into dangerous shit because of whatever fucking station in life they are in as far as mental development. Instead of you training your child to just be a better human being, a smarter human being, you're taking kids' joy away. You're taking their toys away. This is some whack ass shit. So I can't play with the oven, the fucking sky dancer, the clackers. I can't play with none of this shit because you fucked yourself up. You fucked yourself up on a toy that I never had an issue with. Could y'all imagine that? Could y'all imagine that? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, imagine, like, your Xbox is now never available again because of the red ring of death. Like, what? So because some people have dealt with some issues with this fucking console, I can't fucking play it? Like, what?
Breaking teeth and causing eye injuries. Over 100 incidents later, they were pulled from shelves. Gilbert U-238 Atomic Energy Lab. It literally came with real uranium.
Okay. All right. Okay. Real uranium is kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I'll admit. That is kind of fucking crazy. But I will say this, though. I don't know how this shit was set up, but I will say that safety is safety. Okay? Now, unless the shit was like, exposed uranium and you can actually like fucking touch it or whatever. If it was, in a jar, or if it was like locked in, some type of container or some shit like that, just don't fucking break open the uranium. That's it. You feel me? So this one, this is actually dangerous because it's uranium and shit like that. So you got to be fucking careful or whatever. But I'm not going to jump out the window and say that these motherfuckers just had like uranium in like some loose tube that you can unscrew and open and smell and fucking handle with your hands and shit like that. So this is going to be the closest thing to actual danger on this list.
A science kit that let kids handle radioactive material. Sold for 1 year before parents realized how dangerous it was. Lawn darts, jarts. Heavy metal darts meant for outdoor fun until they caused thousands of injuries and several deaths. The government banned them permanently that same year.
Dog. What? Fucking lawn darts. Fam. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's lawn darts. Oh my God. Absolutely insane. Let's get to the chat. Lawn darts. Let's see. Oh shit. It was some consciously hate that I ain't read. Hold on. Oh my God, Crystal. I'm not fucking reading that goddamn comment. You ain't about to have me singing on the goddamn show. But Sammy says he's right. We do come from two different values. We support justice. You support endless flattery. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Crystal says, if those are your values, sir, I do not want them. That's a fact. She also says, this why them damn kids so soft. They need to bring them dangerous toys back. That's a fact, man. Sammy says, outside of the uranium, we had all of them toys at home and daycare. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. I love the clackers. They had some that sparked in the dark when they collided. Oh shit. They turned it up. We just had the plastic ones. You feel me? Crystal says, if you ain't break a bone as a kid, can you say you really had a childhood? Yes, you can, Crystal. I ain't gonna lie. Good bones over here. Good body over here. You feel me? Never broke a bone in my life. And I was outside. I was a rough and tumble ass kid. But I will say I was kind of the biggest kid in my social group. Yeah, I think my whole life. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the motherfuckers could have actually broke my bone, even if they wanted to. And I ain't do nothing like that. Did that shit. I was a tree climbing, on the bike, curb hopping. I was doing a bunch of dangerous shit as a kid, but I never broke a bone as a kid, man. God bless me, you know. Sammy says HJ broke his wrist typing and lifting weights. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like you can't escape it unless you're me. You know what I'm saying? Sammy says they making Cabbage Patch in the Chucky. Word, they try to make it seem like these dolls was possessed. Said what happens is you learn what not to do anymore. That's a fact. And then Crystal says them was baby teeth anyway. Let's see. Heather says I had the sky dances. They didn't do that. We could be dangerous between siblings with anything. Word, anything could be fucking dangerous. Anything could be fucking dangerous, man. Parents not parenting. Tell them. Tell them. It says, what is it? My 3? The learned. My grandmother said I wasn't allowed inside until she had her homework done. So I was doing all of that shit. What? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Oh, excuse me. I read homework and it was housework. Excuse me. It says my grandmother said I wasn't allowed inside until she had her housework done. So I was doing all of that shit. Yeah, man, you had to be outside anyway. Motherfuckers don't remember that shit. Like in the 90s, bro, the adults used to like legit kick you out. Like, yo, go outside. Like, they would kick you out the crib. Like, yo, dog, it's summertime. It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You feel me? Get out of the house. Get out of here. Like, and don't come back. Don't come back until like a proper hour. I don't want to see you again for at least another 5-6 hours, gang. Like, please. Straight up and down. Don't be around here. Like, don't be inside. Go outside. Get the hell out of here. You feel me? Oh yeah. You already know. You already know what it is. Heather says, drink from the water hose. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Drink from the water hose. That's how we giving it up. But let's get into this video, huh? Let's get into this video.
You on it? Get on it. Take your time. You on top of it? Find your target. When you get ready, when you get on top of it, you can shoot.
Now, I want to say, I didn't watch this video yet. First of all, shout out to the 5s that he got on. Classic. I don't know. Is he hitting this target? Because if he is, this is going to be super impressive. Shout out to the babies. Shout out to the... See, we go from these bitch-ass parents taking toys out of the baby's hands, and look what the black dads are doing. You feel me? This ain't even a toy. You feel me?
So I had to shoot it.
Yeah, when you put this thing on there just like you did a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shooting it. Okay. I'll put it on there.
Get your hand out the trigger until you get ready to shoot it.
Okay. I got it on there.
Okay. When you get on there, just shoot. You ain't got to tell me.
Mm-hmm.
It's on there.
Okay.
Come
Good
on.
job.
Come on now. Come on. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go, okay.
I don't know if y'all heard it. But there was a ping. He hit that. He hit that target. Hold on. Let's get back. Let's replay. Replay on the boy. He cooked. Come on now.
Good job.
Yes, sir. Hold on.
Good job.
Ooh.
It's on there.
Okay. Good job.
Come on now. Now he got him in
There you go, okay.
the camo.
There you go. You get it? Back. Good shot. Just that simple. There you go. There you go. You on it? Get on it. Back.
Come on.
Good shot. There you go. There you go. You see it? You see it? You ready? Back. Good shot. On the count of 3, I want 5 shots. I want 5 shots only. 3, 2, 1.
Man.
Good shot.
Oh. Y'all know this video warmed my heart. Y'all know this video warmed my heart seeing it, man. What? Teach them how to shoot. Teach them babies how to shoot. You hear me? How old do you think this boy is? Come on. What, like 4 or 5? Look at him. Look at him, man. Look at him. Cute kid. Can roast your ass from yards away. Yeah, he can't be more than 5, 6 years old. Handling a rifle, gang. Sammy says, hold on. Crystal says, oh, this my shit right here. Let's go. Sammy says, raising them up young. Love it. Vincent with the salutes. Crystal says, my only critique is the baby don't have any eye and ear protection on other than that. Good job. Now fuck all of that, Crystal. Sometimes you gotta have them little motherfuckers ringing. You gotta be situational awareness. It's going when you boom that shit, when you gotta protect yourself, ain't gonna be no ear or eye protection. It's just you and your target. Fuck all of that. Nah. Keep them ears ringing. Word to Dr. Dre. What else we got? Oh, he was talking about, it's okay. So my 3, or myth 3, I think it's, I don't know. The Learn says she was one of the original European moms. I wasn't allowed to cry too long after getting whooped either. You get more whooped. Ozzy says, Hotep to the Hoteps. What's good, Hotep Oz? Ozzy says, dead eye. That's a fact. My 3 says, frontier prep for the kids. Ozzy says, we ain't even talking about how he firing a weapon on his own land. Let's go. Let's go. Let's not forget that. You feel me? Now, because he has his name in here. Do we need to know who he is? LaAndrew. I've never heard LaAndrew before. That's crazy. LaAndrew scenario. So okay. What happened? So this person is somebody famous? Oh, okay. He's known. Got you. Okay. His son, Caden. Okay. Got you. Okay, so it's not, okay, he's just notable. His name is, it ring bells. Okay. Scenario training. Oh, wait, is it, am I tripping? Is his last name Scenario? Or, because it's LeAndrew Scenario, is it Scenario Training? Whatever. It don't matter. All that matters is that boy, that black baby it knows how to shoot at 5, 6 years old, and he's only going to get better at it. Shout out to the dads out here, man, teaching their sons how to shoot. This is exactly what I'm going to have my son on. You hear me? Exactly. Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, I get it. I get the risk. I get it. So yeah, then I happened to see the gayest thing that I will ever see in my life. This was absolutely crazy. Fam. Look at this bullshit, y'all. fuck up. I know I just didn't see a black man. It was just predominant. It was nothing but white men the first time I seen this video. But I could have swore I just seen a black man. Hold on. Yes, this nigga right here. Oh no. There's a black man in the midst. This is the, come on, gang. This is the gayest thing. Yo, real talk. This is gayer than being homosexual. I'm not going to hold you. This is quite literally gayer than being a homosexual man. Enough. Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. This was an abomination. Am I reading that right? Crystal says that's because that is the gay man's choir. What? Wait. This is a gay man's choir? Is that what this is? Hold on. Wait. So you mean to tell me that every person in this choir is a gay man? Even him? Wow. I saw like some elderly niggas like him. Yeah, these men are gay. Whoa. Nah, gang. I didn't know that. I didn't know this was a gay man's. Oh, man. Oh my God. Listen. Nah, then they went acapella. No way. New York has a gay man's choir for decades. First of all, I don't like the word gay and choir being in the same sentence. I don't. That's not of God. We already know that. And I only know a choir to be a group of people who are singing praises to God. So I am not jacking that whatsoever. Hold on, y'all. I got to add something to the docket that I was supposed to add before the show started, but avert your eyes. Oh, no, that's not what that's not even what I copied and pasted. Oh, I didn't. Okay. There we go. But yeah, so when it came down to this shit, like a gay choir, nah. And hold on, Heather, because these fucking mods on yeah, they keep deleting the comments, but I can go as long as I can catch it. Yeah, I got y'all. Give me a second. I'll be able to read your comments, even though the moderators, the AI moderator deletes it. I just gotta mute the video. Yo, son, this is absolutely crazy, bro. Please tell me how there's a gay choir, fam. How does that even work? How does that even compute? How does that even compute? All right, they're gonna do me bad. This is crazy. Yeah, and they dropping frames. All right, forget it. Let's see. You can X out of that too. Absolutely insane, son. Absolutely insane. This shit was so gay, it fucked up my goddamn computer, man. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. Let's see. Unfiltered cringe left always using trends. Are they at a church? Cursed, all of them. That's a fact. I know that people, America specifically, have bastardized Christianity to the nth degree. And Christianity is pretty much just, in their mind, it's supposed to be like this liberal, very open, very inclusive and all that other shit. But it's like people don't understand just how, serious Christianity is because of what Sammy just said. rolling on the floor laughing. Conservatives conserve nothing. They don't. And that's the reason why they lose. Y'all be so, the conservatives worry about the wrong shit all of the time. And that really be what the problem is. They miss the mark all of the time. Because at no point should you have been accepting of your demise. But more and more, every decade, y'all keep folding. Y'all keep folding to where now we have openly gay choirs. Okay, I don't know if this building is a church. Okay, I won't say that it's a church, but I think of church when I hear choir. You feel me? Now, granted, I don't know what you would call a large group of people singing other than a choir. You feel me? I can't think of it right now. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to conservatives and people who really stand on conservative values and stuff like that, like y'all can't allow certain shit, bro. You let them take over your religion. Cause I seen it. Don't get me wrong. I seen the gay pastors. I seen the trans pastors, and I seen them. I don't talk about them like that, but I seen them. I see how y'all was handling it. And y'all reactions and all of that. That's why, Bryson, I be having respect for Bryson's Christianity, son. That's the word, chorus. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, you're not a choir. You're a fucking chorus. There we go. A chorus. I don't know why I ain't think of that. But yeah, you're a fucking chorus. You're not a choir. But yeah, like Bryson, he real deal Christian. You know what I'm saying? He don't be half-stepping like these people. You feel me? And like, for me, that's the reason why I can't respect it. That's the reason why I can't respect it. Because it's like, y'all in the culture war losing badly because y'all don't stand on what y'all stand on. You know what I'm saying? A gaggle of gay men, yes. Word, Sammy. A gaggle. You feel me? Pause for real. But, oh, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Like, I really do look at it as like motherfuckers really left the reservation. Like, they really have gone off the reservation so much. You feel me? Like, so much. So it's just like, for me, y'all not thumping the Bible hard enough for me. That's why I fuck with Bryson. Because Bryson going to thump that Bible. You hear me? Like he be like me with the ancestors. Like, bro, don't argue with me. Argue with the ancestors, bro. Like, the ancestors wrote that shit down. I ain't write it down. I just believe them. I agree with them. But other than that, we got to argue with the ancestors. And that's the same thing with Bryson. Bryson just be like, yo, so this is what the Bible says, bro. I don't care about your personal feelings. I don't care about my personal feelings. The Bible says this. Therefore, you are wrong and I am correct. Like, sorry. Yeah, son. Like, he a real deal Bible thumper. I give Bryson his props all of the time. I just need him and Sonny to piece up because I don't like that. Sonny, my sister. Him and Sonny need to piece up. And after that, we good to go. You feel me? But nah, son, like when it comes down to his faith and how he carry his faith, yo, yeah. Like, you can't do anything but respect it. And trust me, y'all don't know this because I don't ever really talk about the other pockets of the internet or the other pockets of this app that I be on. But I'm going to let y'all know right now, these fake Christians are abound. You hear me? These fake Christians are out and about. Okay? They post Bible verses and shit every morning. They be having Bible verses in their bio, all types of shit, son. They take selfies at church. They do all of this stuff, yo. And they don't really be living it. I ain't gonna hold you. That's the reason why I don't, like, that's the reason why, like, I don't do it at all. You feel me? Because I feel like that's not of God, son. You're not about to sit here and put Christianity on like a costume or an outfit or an accessory to your life. That's not how I look at it. And that's the reason why America even treats Christianity like this, because motherfuckers be playing with it. They be playing with it. When it come down to these fundamental like Muslims and the dudes who really follow Islam and all that other stuff, they ain't playing with it, son. They not playing with it. They really practice their religion for real, for real. They really live that. They don't play around with it. Christians, American Christians or Western Christians to be more specific, they play around. They play around with it and then wonder why people don't respect it. Nah, y'all should really be out here like really Bible thumping for real, for real. It's the same thing that I be talking about when it comes to the conservatives, yo. Y'all do all of this complaining, but then y'all don't put on Front Street why it's a good thing to be a conservative. Like, what are the benefits? What are the benefits of voting like you, thinking like you, moving like you, doing the things that you are doing? Show us. Show us the lifestyle. Show us that you're a pillar of your community. Show us that you're still hilarious and personable. Show us that you are a human being. But nah, you've reduced yourself to a set of talking points. You've reduced yourself to arguing with college students on their campus. That's what y'all did. Instead of actually going to the school to encourage these kids and show them the benefits of conservatism, you went there and argued with them. That's all you did. And then you turned your business model into dunking on literal kids. 28 years old, son. That person is 19. Their entire life has been subsidized by their parents. What the fuck do they know? That's why they're in college, bro. They're kids. They don't know shit. And I get it. Challenging their beliefs is not the issue. But I never see any other clips. I never see any other clips of these motherfuckers bringing these little kids under their wing, teaching them some shit. I've only seen clips of the Shapiros and all of the Turning Point people and Matt Walsh and all these motherfuckers arguing, Steven Crowder arguing with kids for clicks. For motherfuckers to be like, you sure showed them, Crowder. You sure showed them, Shapiro. You sure showed them fucking Myron Gaines, all these other clowns and shit like that. Like, you dunked on a 19-year-old that barely understands the world. Oh, shit. What a Rhodes Scholar you are. I'm quite sure that person changed their minds now, being embarrassed in front of their peers. Like, y'all really don't be doing no real outreach. Conservative ground game is absolutely fucking abysmal, son. And it's the same thing with the Christians. There's this Christian comedian and shit like that, right? And when I first got in tune with son, his comedy was a little bit more based in the church. Now that nigga he be of the world like a motherfucker. He be sinning for all intents and purposes. But, you know, he is supposed to be the clean comedian, and that's how far it goes. It's just like with the Christian rappers and the Christian artists. An artist is basically like, as long as they don't curse, they good. Because you think when it comes to entertainment, the only sin that God is looking out for is you cursing. Nah, gang. No, gang, that's not how that works. Y'all do not be espousing the glory of Jesus Christ through y'all mediums. Y'all don't. You want to be as liked as possible, and putting too much of the church shit into your act or into your what you do is going to alienate a bunch of people. And that's like the entire fucking point of being a Christian. It's to stand firm in your Christianity. It is not to be liked by the world. I'm almost certain God said something like that. Like, I'm almost certain of it. I'm almost certain that God said, like, only a fraction of humanity is even going to heaven. Like, I'm sure of that. I'm sure he told Christians a long time ago that, yo, son, this is a road, you know, less traveled. Like, this is a road that's isolating. This is a road of a lifelong relationship between you and God. And I don't understand why everybody thinks the Christian God is like this super cool hippie dude and I'm not talking about these fake atheists and shit like that, because they have a whole different view, a warped view of Christianity. But I'm talking about actual people who believe in Christianity and shit like that. Like, why do y'all think God is like super cool with y'all sinning? I don't understand that. I don't get that. The reason why I don't go to church anymore is because I'm not about to go to church on Sunday and then plan to sin on Monday. Like, what? No, son, I'm not doing that. I don't like, nah, I'm good. There's people who are comfortable with doing that shit. I grew up in the church where motherfuckers was comfortable doing that shit. Sinning all night long on Friday and Saturday and shit like that, and then go to church on Sunday and be on the pulpit, let alone in the pew. Like, nah, son. Like, I don't respect it. I don't respect it. And that's the reason why motherfuckers be sitting there trying to disconnect with the ancestors. The ancestors really stood on that shit. Juniper Hammond was like, nah, son, gotta get us out of slavery. Because the Bible says you need to serve your master. So him being a staunch Christian was like, I gotta serve my master. Now, of course, I disagree with that. But that man went to heaven for all intents and purposes. He went to heaven. He did exactly what God told him to do. But nah, son, I ain't about to do that. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of seeing fake Christians on my timeline sitting there, posting Bible verses and shit like it's motivational quotes. I'm sick of them using the church as a place to get motivation and shit like that and nothing else. No conviction, no actual admiration or reverence for God, the religion, the beliefs, the actions. Is like, y'all treat, like, it's no different than when we was kids. And we seen them. Y'all treat Jesus like Santa Claus. Y'all treat God like Santa. You only pray to him when you need something. You only give him praise when good things are happening in your life. I'm sick of that. I'm so sick of seeing sinners tell me that God is blessing them and showering blessings over their life and all this other shit. Like, man, shut the hell up. Shut up. Y'all don't exalt God in any other way or any other time of your life. When you going through hell, you don't praise God. You beg him. You beg him for mercy. You beg him for a lighter load. I don't respect none of you fake Christians. I'm trying to tell you that. I don't. 0% of y'all. Y'all not about to sit here and be a Christian on the timeline and then not hear you talking about dick and pussy on Spaces. No way. No way. Sammy don't even say ass in the chat. He say laughing my butt off. Nah, son, I don't believe it, son. Nah, I don't believe it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, dog. Muslims don't play, like if you are really, because I ain't going front, I've seen a bunch of backsliding half-ass Muslims too. But I'm not Muslim. I don't identify with Islam. Shout out to the ones that do, but I don't. But y'all frauds to me. I want y'all to know that I think you guys are frauds. I do not think you are real. I do not think you're going to heaven whatsoever. I don't. I'm sick of that. Y'all niggas treat Christianity like it's a fucking joke, and then you wonder why people don't take Christianity seriously. Nah, son, I don't respect none of that. I don't respect none of that shit, son. I don't. Y'all really be making Christianity look bad. I'd rather y'all be on my side, understand the truth, but understand that you sinning and all of that other shit. Until you get your life right, nigga, you're going to hell. That's a realization that I know. Because I believe in all of this other stuff. But I don't delude myself into thinking that because I say thank God every morning and shit like that. I told you, I pray every morning. As soon as I wake up and open my eyes, I thank God for being alive. But I promise you, if I didn't wake up, I was waking up in a lake of fire. Period. Point blank. No matter what my heart meant, God know my heart ass nigga. No. I smoked a spliff. I altered my mind. I had a drink. You feel me? I sinned. Therefore, I go to hell. That's the rules. I'm not exempt. You're not exempt because you think, because you went to church your whole life, that you got some type of like VIP list in heaven. You don't. You get judged like everybody else. You're not special. So whether you go to church every Sunday or not, and I don't, we going to the same place if we die, gang. That's the same. That's the rules. That's the rules in the book. You don't get to change the rules because of how you personally feel. Sorry. God was very explicit about it. You sin, you go to hell. That's the rules. You don't get to change the rules because of how you feel, son. So, instead of half-stepping, I keep it P. I do this. I sin knowing very well that if I were to die right now, God forbid, I would be going to hell. And I know it's a lot of you fake-ass Christians that are banking on you at least having a few seconds to repent to God right before you die. But one of the things that I learned is that when it comes to that, you not going to hell, but you're gonna be outside the gates, which is not as bad, but you're not about to have the crown with the jewels in your head because you didn't live a Christian life. You didn't. And I will respect y'all more. It's either you dropped all of the sinning or did your very best, for real, to not do any of the sinning, or sin knowing that you are sinning and knowing that you're going to hell. But y'all be trying to play in the middle. Y'all be trying to play in the middle. You feel me? So that's the reason why I don't get down with it, son. I don't get down with it. Let's see. Crystal says, wait, they are not at a church, but I mean a lot of black churches have black gay men in them, especially the choir director. That's a fact. And they're going to hell. They're going to hell. Damn near every church, and including the church that I grew up in, had a gay choir director. He's going to hell. Sorry. It is what it is. The church in America has replaced God with politics, both right and left. The Democrats and Republicans have replaced the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's a fact. Sammy says, look, Lecrae had this whole "I'm not a Christian rapper, I'm a rapper that happens to be Christian" shtick. See? They don't want to stand in it. They don't want to stand in that shit. Like, yo, come on, son. I don't respect it. I don't respect it. Because y'all be 10 toes and all that other. Y'all be 10 toes in your sororities and fraternities. Y'all be 10 toes in all of the other organizations that you in. Nah, y'all fake. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Let's see. Heather says, Dubes, I feel the same. What else? My three, I hope I'm saying your name right, bro. Says Christ demand purity of his vessels. Facts. I like my Andy Griffith type church because of this. It's the book of nothing. Oh, it's the book or nothing. Excuse me. If you aren't living the word, you are dysfunctional. Facts. Church is a place for healing when you are spiritually sick, and rallying place for when you are prepared to be an ambassador of Christ's legacy. Okay. If you confess with your mouth that Christ is the Lord and believe in your heart that he was raised by God from the dead, you will be saved. Your life and inheritance in the kingdom is dependent on living right. That's a fact. That's a fact. Y'all be trying to shortchange God. That's what it is. So if you really gonna live that Christian life, I need you to really live that life for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? I don't dig all of that half stepping. I don't respect it. I don't. That's why I don't play that. I give respect. That's it. I pay respects. But y'all ain't gonna see me out here. If y'all see me espousing like Christian values, like explicitly Christian values for real, like I'm quoting the Bible and telling y'all to like live your lives a particular way based upon the Bible and not based upon what the ancestors did via their Christianity, understand that I'm going to be going out of my way to make sure that I'm living by that book, that I will not be sinning, that I will have given my entire life to Christ. That's what's going to happen if you see Hotep dubs pushing Christianity. You will know that that man is really a real deal Christian. He really living that. He's not just telling y'all to believe in God while still going to the club or still going to concerts and all of that. Like, you do know Beyonce is going to hell, right, gang? Like, if Beyonce don't get her life right with Christ, no matter how much you love her music, it's against God. Yeah, your beloved Beyonce. Believe it. You don't get to do all of that. You can't live in sin and then reap the benefits of the kingdom of heaven. Like, you just can't. That's the rule. That's like the most basic part of the rule. Nah, son. We're not getting into that. All right. Crystal says, I was brought up in church as well, but don't go now. I'm just like you. I don't go now and refuse to pretend otherwise. I have reverence enough for God to not pretend. That's a fact, yo. That's a fact. I feel like you are insulting God more when y'all sit there and pretend. Y'all go to church every Sunday and pretend. Knowing you in the back of your mind, you know you sinning that night. You know you sinning as soon as you get out of that building. Nah, son. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you. Let the imam see you committing haram fresh out the masjid, fresh out the mosque. Nigga, you gonna be in trouble. In trouble. Now listen, if you are getting into this stuff and you know that you are somebody who is trying and you're gonna fail and all that other stuff, that's cool. But I'm talking about the people who are literally planning on sinning that following hour, the next day, or whatever. Like, you are planning on sinning. You're looking forward to it. Nah, I don't want to hear it. You slip and you fall, you backslide, and you pray for forgiveness, and you do your best to not do it again. That's one thing. But you going to church and treating it like a motivational rally, a motivational speech to make you feel better about your own life's choices and shit like that. Having that pastor sit there and give you all of that shit to make you feel good about yourself, and then you go to like living a life of sin, bro. Like, nah, I'm cool. I'm cool on that. I don't respect it. When I was the last time when I was in the church, I was 17 going on 18. 17 going on 18. And like, I was really like dedicating my life to Christ, yo. But then I saw that, oh nah, this is, while it feels good and I'm coming here on Sundays and all of that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like, I'm 100% thinking about smoking that blunt one, because I don't even smoke blunts no more. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm thinking about the alcohol, the weed, all of this. I'm about to go, my girlfriend at the time, can't wait to go have sex after here. Like, I was like, nah, I'm tripping. I'm not doing this. I'm doing it wrong. I'm not about to sit there and read this book, have the book tell me, yo, Dick, yo, bro, like the verse was like, yo, bro, what you're actively doing while you're reading this is literally going to get you sent to hell. So I was like, all right, son, I'm doing this Christianity thing all wrong. So yeah, nah. And as y'all can see, I am passionate about it. I grew up in the church. Y'all see that I actually have real conviction behind this shit, son. Because it's like, I feel like that is the reason why nobody respects Christianity. For real. That's the reason why people bastardize and make jokes on it and all that other stuff. Like, they make fun of all of this shit. Nobody making fun of Muslims for real. You got to be an edgelord to do that. It's mainstream to mock Christianity in a so-called Christian country. Show me any Muslim country that allows mainstream media to mock Islam. Show me. So no, I don't want to hear that. Y'all don't really stand on that. I believe all of y'all are fake, and I do not have any respect for y'all. I'm telling you. Like I said, it's a difference between you on your journey, you on your walk, you fall, ask for repentance, and you get back on the horse and you do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But you planning on disobeying God? No, you can say that shit. Ma3 says, I'm just a sinner saved by grace. He took my place. No one can save themselves. You are chosen by the Spirit, breaking your pride so you can believe. Heather says, coveting someone's wife in church even. Come on now. Ma3 says, if you don't feel guilty about making those mistakes, you aren't saved, period. The Holy Spirit won't let you enjoy your life. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I respect real Christians and real Christianity. I don't respect all of this pageantry. I don't respect none of the theatrics and the dramatics and none of that stuff. I respect people who are really steeped in their Bible and steeped in their faith and steeped in their religion. Not these people who just like the pageantry of Christianity. Get the hoop and holler for a few hours every Sunday and shit and feel good, and the pastor make you feel bad about the bad decisions that you're making, and then you lead a church and you still go continue to do it. I'm sick of that. You know how many times I done seen hoes cry in church? My whole life. I done seen the bad gangster kid, come into the church, get the crying and be like, Lord, forgive me, and all this other shit, and it's like, yo, Monday morning, we back in the streets, bro. Like, shut the fuck up. You did all of that for nothing. Because y'all don't take this shit serious. It's all a vanity project. And that's the reason why I don't jack it. That's the reason why I don't go to church. Because I'm not about to hobnob with a bunch of fake-ass Christians. I'm not. If niggas ain't coming like a nigga like Bryson, bro, I don't care. And that's only based upon what I seen online. You feel me? I don't know him in real life or nothing like that. But from what I seen, how he stepped for Christ, how he stepped for Christianity, I respect that. I respect that. So what we got next? Yeah. I don't even know what I bookmarked here, but ain't anybody about to let me see it, I guess. Tom Brady apparently cloned his dead dog to get a second chance with his beloved pet. And they kind of expound on it a little bit in the thread, if I'm not mistaken. Very confusing. Not confused, but it's confusing. It says TB12, I guess that's Tom Brady's number or whatever, opened up on the process of cloning his pit bull mix Lua prior to her death, saying he worked with Colossal Biosciences to welcome his current pup Junie a few months later. Brady shared the news as part of Colossal's announcement it acquired Viagen Pets in Equine. Another company known for helping celebs like Paris Hilton clone their pets. So apparently this is old news. As far as like this thing, like people doing this, apparently people doing this is old news. But it's kind of weird to me. It's kind of like it's kind of going off of, the conversation that we just had about Christianity, God, et cetera, right? When it comes down to death, that's supposed to happen. That's supposed to happen. And so you must die. That's written, right? That's for certain about your life, that it will end, right? Now, the idea that you cloning someone or something like a dog or something like that is bringing them back or giving you a quote second chance with them is crazy to me, because that's impossible. Like, even identical twins are two different people, right? So you're not about to get Lua again, Tom. You're about to get a dog that looks eerily similar to Lua. But you're not getting Lua again. Lua's dead. You buried her. Okay? So I wanted to, I thought about the implications. You know where I went. I talk about dead black people pretty much all week. That's what I do. For the most part, the people that I talk about are a bunch of dead black Americans. And I was thinking, like, would y'all clone, you know, your dead relatives, your dead friends? They come out and they, you know, they look similar and shit like that, but they clearly not. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crystal for the super chat. $10 super chat says, "Let me pay my tithe after that sermon." I appreciate it. And so my whole thing is I'm just trying to figure out the logistics of it. Like, would you? Because first of all, I think it's absolutely batshit crazy. I would never do it. Like, you know, life ends, and it's something poetic. Okay, there's something natural about that. You feel me? So I'm like, would y'all do this to a friend or a family member? Now, of course, when it comes to cloning, it's not like an actual like adult or whatever, fully formed person. I think they have to start like as a fetus and grow it into an adult or whatever. But let's keep it all the way sci-fi here, right? And that they are able to do that. You take some blood, some hair, some skin cells, or whatever the fuck it is of your dead relative or friend, put them in the fucking clone machine and shit like that, and then, you know, presto changeo, all of the fucking smoke and shit after they open the chamber, and it's your family member or friend standing there in the flesh, or at least a clone of them. Would you guys be cool with that? And be honest. No wrong answers. It's all opinions here. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't. I would feel so fucking weirded out. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't see the I don't want to use the word value. I think value is crazy. But I would see the reason. I see the reason why people would fuck with it. You know, I suffer losses, you know, all of the time as far as people that I know. You know what I'm saying? And I would love to have a conversation with my brother Ryan again. I would love to be able to talk to my uncle, you know, who passed. I would love to be able to talk to my granny, she died when I was 15. So she's been going 20 years now. Like, I would love to talk to these people again, but cloning them would not be me talking to them. It would be me talking to a clone. You're not really there. They're not really there. It's somebody or something that looks exactly like them, but the reason why I love them is their humanity. And it's like, you got to understand that you're not a human without a soul. So they would just be a husk. They would be a shell of who they actually were. It would just be a shell. It would just be a meat bag. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I really couldn't reasonably like embrace that idea. And honestly, I think it would do more harm than good. Because seeing that person in the flesh, because you're a human being, you're going to 100% start crying and wanting to connect with that person. And in the minute that you try to, you're going to immediately see that they are a soulless husk of the people. You don't become who you are without a soul. You don't get the humor. You don't get the mannerisms. You don't get the body language. You don't get the cadence in which you speak. You don't get any of those things. Your humanity without a soul. They would look exactly like your late relative or family member, but sound like ChatGPT. Because all of the things that made them, the way that the comedic timing, the way that they would, you know, their spectrum of emotions comes from their soul. Their range of emotion, whether it's talking about extreme happiness, extreme sadness, anger, anxiety, uncertainty, doubt, nervousness, fear, all of these different things, like, That is because you have a soul, and now they're back here without one. Because God didn't account for him or her. This is some man-made shit. God has to check off on every baby born. That's how they get here. That's why they're miracles. That's why, they're on earth. This is something that y'all tried to slip through customs. Y'all tried to slide it past them so they weren't given a soul. You will never, no matter how powerful the cloning technology becomes, you will never be able to clone a soul. That's what God gives you. That's directly from God. You can't get a soul from anywhere else but God. So nah, man. I think it would break your heart. So the idea of being able to be like, oh my God, bro, I missed you and all that other shit. They might have some memories and shit like that, but like acting upon those things, it's not going to be like that. It's not. Because again, the difference between what you are and who you are. What you are is, whatever class you graduated from, whatever neighborhood you from, whatever, all of that shit. That's what you are. You know what I'm saying? Your occupation. But who you are? Nah, dog. My heart would be broken. My heart would be broken, bro. Like, if I was able to, like, talk to my brother Ryan again in the flesh, he responds to me like I don't mean shit. Or he just knows the imagery that's in front of him to be somebody that he knew before and not his brother. So that's the reason why I couldn't do it, man. Like, you gotta let the dead be dead. Like, you have to let the dead die. That's a part of life. And we've all suffered losses. You know what I'm saying? Death doesn't discriminate at all. And so, of course, my condolences and rest in peace to, all of the people that have suffered loss. But that was supposed to happen. It may seem unfair. It may seem cruel even. It may leave you with more questions than answers. But if you really, truly understand the way natural law, works, man, there are no mistakes. There are no mistakes. It all comes from of divine creation. And it's really not, it's not for you to always understand. You can do your best to understand it. And I think there's, in all the things that happens, there is a level of understanding that you can gain from it, but that's not the prerequisite of life events. Like, I still don't know the cause of death for a few of my friends who died decades later. Still don't know how they died. Don't know if it was an ailment. Don't know if they were shot. Don't know nothing. All I know is that they're no longer here. And so when it comes down to this type of shit, man, like, the sooner you're able to accept shit like that, I think the more sound you will be, the more grounded you will be, man. And I deal with death differently than most people. I'm not shocked. Of course, like, extreme situations, like very young, like children and stuff like that, like, that's a shock. But it still doesn't shake me from my beliefs. You feel me? So yeah, it's even more tragic when a young person, somebody, a child or something like that, dies or anything like that. But it doesn't stop me from believing that was written, unfortunately. And so when it comes down to, my friends, they may be dealing with a death in the family, or somebody, in my family dealing with a death in the family, or I'm dealing with a death in the family, I'm going to approach it much differently. I get the news, I cry for, however many minutes, and then like to an hour, smoke a spliff, take a shot. Remember all of the times that we had together, and I pushed through. I pushed through, and when it's time to go to the funeral and do that thing, I go up, view the body, say a prayer for him, and then that's that. And so if they have any media, whether it be pictures, videos, music, recorded conversations, or whatever, I'll play them. Like my brother Raw, my brother Ryan. Me and him got songs together. So, every few days or so, I just listen to the music that we made together because he's alive in that song. You feel me? He's alive in that song. So I just give it up for him in that. You know what I'm saying? And I miss him every day. Ain't a day that's gone by since he died that I don't think about him. Or my uncle, or my OG. You feel me? So I just think back to the conversations that me and him had. And all the advice that he gave me since, he raised me for real. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, when it comes through, whatever I got left of him here with me on earth, I hold those things dear to me. And I continue to live because that's what they would want me to do. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I still play his music all of the time. Because when I'm playing his music, he alive. So that's how that shit go, man. Accept it. I wouldn't clone him. I wouldn't do that. Now, if I can do the time machine thing, then that'd be one thing. But, it is what it is when it comes to that, man. You got to accept that. But let's get to the chat, what the chat got to say. Crystal says, they testing this to see if they could do it with humans for sure. I miss my dad more than anything, but he has passed on and he is not supposed to be here. As much as that hurts, I think it's selfish. That's what I'm saying, man. My step-pops, he died in 2005, the same year as my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? And I miss him all of the time. But it's just like, nah. Vincent said, no, Full Metal Alchemist. Listen, man. Remember Full Metal Alchemist? Come on, equal exchange and all of that, right? Come on. Shout out to the anime fans. Memphis with the salute. Crystal says, that's just folks wanting to play God, but humans can't breathe the breath of life into them. That's a fact. Sammy says, but hey, if we calling people cat moms or calling pets children, it's obvious how we as a society can be duped into accepting these abominations. This is what I'm trying to say, man. This is what I'm trying to say. Vincent says, them folks live through me. Come on, talk about it, Vin. That's what legacy is all about. That's what legacy is all about. Living, them people get to continue on and live through you. Let's see. Heather says, no way they wouldn't have the same soul. See, I didn't even read that. Chat. But Heather agrees. My three says, this is in the same vein as elites wanting to live forever. The human heart can't handle this earth for that long. You will die of sorrow. Yep. An AI chatbot clone is a real thing you can do now. It's a cruel thing to sell people. The desperation is real. Excuse me. So wait, what do you mean? A chatbot clone? So it's like if you have like a recording of somebody's voice, you can then, have that be like your Siri. like, you know, a dead relative's voice. You can you know, use their voice and then they'll talk to you. I don't know, man. I feel like that's, oh man, the idea of that hurts. The idea of that hurts my heart. Like, damn, son. Because it's like, I know that people who've lost people, me, you know, I would love to hear these people's voice again. Like, that's crazy, man. Oh man, that's so hurtful. Like, that's a hurtful. Yo, Vincent with the TV and movie references and parentheses is smoking me right now. Vincent says no, Highlander. There can only be one. But that's crazy. That's crazy. I would never do that. My 3 says, your earthly death was written before you were born, but you were never meant to stay on earth. We are supposed to be with God in heaven. That's what I'm trying to tell people, man. Straight up and down. So that's all for the bookmarks, it seems like. Yep, that's all for the bookmarks. Oh, man. Oh, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate. Crystal says, I have the last voicemail my dad left on my phone, and sometimes I play it just to hear his voice, so I get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I get it, because I do the same thing listening to Ryan and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And so I get that, but it's like, I would feel like that would be like torturous to like, because it's going to sound like them, but you know it's going to be in that fucking, hello, you are absolutely right type cadence. It's not going to be the same way your peoples actually spoke. It's just going to be this digitized version, this robot version of them. You feel me? Like shit like that. Saying, you feel me, in the middle of it, like, you can't clone that. That's a part of your soul. Like, you can't, we're not ones and zeros like that. Like it is with computers and shit like that. Like we are human beings. It's different. It's different. You can't, listen, man, the closest that I'll accept is those teddy bears with the little recording inside of it. You feel me? The furthest I'll go is the animating of the old photos. You know, I seen that before. You know, there's like this picture from the 1930s or whatever, and they'll, you know, animate the video, I mean the picture or whatever, to be able to have like a video of them during that time or whatever. Like I've seen that, but it's like, nah, man, I don't want no robot version of my peoples, man, because they wasn't ever robots. They were human beings, man. They were human beings. And speaking of death, what a segue, God. Tonight's episode is all about the Black American funeral industry. Okay? The Black American funeral industry. So we have, zero primary sources. I'm sorry, I didn't have any primary sources. Blame Crystal. Crystal didn't have any primary sources for me, just a bunch of secondary ones that were super cool. So we got that, and then we have a book. We have that. We have these tabs, and then we have a book. We're going to go through that. That's why I said I don't know if we're going to be here until midnight. So yeah, it's fine. We're going to get through the material, have a good show, and then we'll move on from there. All right. My 3 says, we are all Bret Hart. The best there ever was, the best there is, and the best there ever will be. Uniquely irreplaceable. Amen, bro. Amen. Now that we here, though, not to be blasphemous, but if I was a pastor, would y'all come to my church? Be honest. If I was a pastor, would y'all rock with me? Just take all of the cursing and the sinning out of my message. You know, obviously. Based upon what you've heard, would you, do you guys think I would be a good enough pastor, a good enough shepherd, a good enough shepherd of the flock? You feel me? Let me know in the chat, man. Let me know if y'all would rock with me. You know what I'm saying? Let me know if y'all would rock with me as a pastor. So first up, we got Henrietta. Come on, son. This is what I'm talking about. This is Crystal's fault. Duterte? Come on, son. Duterte? Is that how you pronounce this? Come on. Give me these hard names. Pause. For sure says, you mean you're not a pastor now? Sammy says, you seem like the Geno Jennings type. I'll be there. Who is Geno Jennings? Yo, Sammy, I promise you, if the other end of this Google gonna get me bad, you getting banned, bro. Who is Geno Jennings? Oh, no, I seen Son before. Yeah. Nah, respect. Nah, I seen Son before. He give it up crazy. Yeah, I seen him. I seen him in a couple clips. I rock with Pastor Jennings. Yeah. He good. Oh, man. That was funny. I seen him give it up a few times. I'm trying to remember one of the videos I remember seeing him in, but I want to say that I seen him before. Crystal says I would visit at least one. All right, yeah, for sure. You gotta come to at least one and see how I'm doing. So Henrietta, let me you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I might have to rock with him, Sammy. I might have to rock with him. Okay. Ugh. You see how the top joint is a goddamn AI picture? I wanted to find another source for her. Let's see, Remembering a Life.com. Death Becomes Her. Henrietta Duterte, the first female undertaker. Okay, so we got both of these. So we're gonna go to the wiki first. Sammy says Geno Jennings is one of the best straight shooters with the scriptures. For sure says, I'm coming to steal out the collection plate. I'll give it back in super chats. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Well, didn't I just tell y'all about pre-sinning, planning to sin? All right, so we got Henrietta. We're going to say Henrietta D. I'm not going to keep saying her last name wrong. She was a Black American funeral home owner, philanthropist, and an abolitionist from Philly. Shout out to Philly. She was the first American woman to own a mortuary, and her business operated as a stop on the Underground Railroad. As per usual for Black American business owners during slavery. Duh. The hell? Okay, let's see. Henrietta Bowers was born to an affluent free Black family and raised in Philly on Middle Alley, which is now called Panama Street in Philadelphia's Society Hill. She was one of 13 children, including entrepreneur, organist, and abolitionist John C. Bowers and Thomas Bowers, a renowned opera singer known as the Colored Mario. Known for her fashionable attire, she began her career as a tailor. In 1852, she married Francis A. Duerte, a Haitian-American owner of an undertaking business. None of their children survived infancy, and Francis died in 1858. After her husband's death, she took over the funeral parlor and became the first American woman to operate such a business. So slavery was still going on when she was operating. Obviously, duh. How could she have an Underground Railroad stop after slavery? But anyway, the funeral home earned a reputation for quick undertaking service, which was necessary for the time before modern-day embalming methods. The business was estimated to gross $8,000 a year. $8,000 a year. 1858, because this shit is 2017. It's gonna be similar, but where's Sammy at? Sammy still in the chat? Yeah, Sammy's still in the chat. $8,000 a year, Sammy. Well, the year part don't matter. 1858. We can do 1860 just in case. Okay, Duterte was a member of the Underground Railroad and used her business to assist fugitive slaves from southern states seeking freedom in the North. She often hid runaway slaves in coffins or disguised them as part of funeral processions. In addition, the success of the funeral parlor allowed her to make generous contributions to her community, and she supported the AME Church of St. Thomas, the Philadelphia Home for Aged and Infirm Colored Persons. We just learned about them. That's funny. In the Freedmen's Aid Society, which was created after the Civil War to assist formerly enslaved people in Tennessee. Hold on, let me see that. Who did the white man create this? Who created this? Founded in 1859. During the American Civil War by the American Missionary Association, a group supported chiefly by the Congregational Presbyterian and Methodist churches in the North. Yeah, it sound like crackers. Sound like white people. It's all good. Shout out to the good white people. Yeah, that's what I thought, Sammy. We got $8,000 in 1858 is worth $316,000. That's what I thought. Yeah. 300 grand a year for the business. So let's get into it. Let's get into the story. Oh my goodness. Reject all every time. Hold on. Let's see what the references say before we get to that one. We got Henrietta from Black Past. Shout out to Black Past. We got Henrietta Escape Through Death. Ooh, what's this one? Seems interesting. Fucking BS, boy. Philadelphia Social History Project. Are these primary sources? Is that what they're saying? Okay, so she'll be a part of that census. Got it. Interesting. The fight for black mobility, traveling to mid-century conventions. That's not what we're looking for. All right, let's do this website. Come on. March is Women History Month, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about any of that. Yeah. Let's see. Many women training to become funeral professionals, embalmers, funeral directors, funeral arrangers do so with an eye toward making available and affordable death care. Is the first time I've ever heard that. Death care as a social justice issue. All right. Can we just learn the history, bro, without all of the... Come on. Let's see. According to the American Board of Funeral Service Education, last year, 72% of mortuary school graduates and 75% of new enrollees were female. Okay, shout out to the ladies. Now what? No. Okay. She was the first. Henrietta was the very first female mortician, inheriting her husband's business when he died in 1858 in Philly. Blah, blah, blah. Come on. Upon her husband, because we learned about this already. So she married Francis, a mortician, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we learned that. Upon his death, Henrietta took over the business and renamed it in her own name. Extremely unusual at the time. She was an accomplished undertaker and an astute businesswoman, running the shop well and dedicated to serving all, rich or poor. She was described as a, quote, prompt in her business affairs and sympathizing and accommodating to all. You got to have that. You got to have sympathy as somebody who is, dealing in death, right? In these years before embalming entered the mainstream, she earned a reputation for speed, essential without modern day body preservation methods. Her financial success made it possible for her to support various causes close to her heart. When she died, so yeah, they just copying off of what Wiki said, or Wiki just copying off of what they said. Let's see. But Henrietta was not only a shrewd and successful businesswoman, she was committed. She was a committed social justice warrior. All right. Just 15 miles north of the Mason-Dixon, Philly was an active stop on the Metropolitan Corridor, a network of communities that help support enslaved people moving north to escape slavery in the South. Got that. So that's all we want. So that one thing. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's see. Always active in the abolitionist movement, Henrietta became a member of the Underground Railroad, blah, 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 blah. She would disguise them as members of yep. Though Philadelphia was a free city, these acts were perilous. Those who helped enslaved people escape could have been subjected to jail, fines, and legal action from the enslavers. There we go. Henrietta kept working until her death, serving her last client just 2 days before she died at the age of 86. Today, she is remembered through the Henrietta Duterte Scholarship, established in 2020 at the Community College of Baltimore County. Shout out to them. The scholarship aims to honor Mrs. Duterte's legacy through creating opportunities for Black women to pursue careers in the funeral industry. Okay. Through this scholarship, Henrietta's social justice work continues to this day. And these are closing paragraphs about her. Yeah, you saw that shit, right, Crystal? Now, a social justice warrior is fucking crazy. Let's see what they got to say. Let's see what Black Past has to say. Did they add anything? It seems like this was it. They tried, I don't know. 7-4 was the section. Okay, she made capes, coats, and cloaks for the city's middle and upper classes. Oh, man. So that's one. Okay. And 52, at the age of 35, she married the Haitian nigga. All right. We just getting the same stuff. Yeah, that's the reason why we don't like the way these secondary sources they be talking about the ancestors, fam. I don't like it, because they definitely would have never called themselves social justice warriors. Like, what? Yeah. All right, I think that's all we got for this person. Shout out to Henrietta for being the pioneer in the undertaking. So yeah, let's see what funeral. Let's see what we get with funeral. Let's see what Black Pass got for us. This is a good resource. I always fuck with Black Pass. You feel me? While that's happening, let's go on to the next website that Crystal shared with us. Sammy says, dope, she learned not only the business but the medical skill set. Yep, for sure. You already know how the ancestors give it up, bro. When they do it, they're going to do it all the way. We know that off the dribble. Who is just blowing my phone up? People are goofed out, son. We got the slow load. Come on, man. We ain't got time for this. Load up. Man, none of these joints is loaded. We might as well get them all. Hurry up and come on. Let's get them all loaded up while we here. I don't understand, chat. I really don't understand. I really do think it's my laptop and not the connection, because it's like I'm literally plugged into the Ethernet. Like, I'm plugged into the internet via the Ethernet cord. You feel me? So I have no idea why it would be taking this long to load. Damn, it's already 9:30, yo. I'm telling y'all, yo, these hours go by quick. We just started talking about the topic. We just started talking about the topics, son. But it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, shit taking forever to load. Ain't nothing loading. Oh, you see all of them circling blue circles and shit like that? But you know what? You don't need to load up a book when you got it downloaded already. So I was going to say this for later, but since these websites are going to take forever, let's just get into the book. Let's get into the book. Crystal had suggested this book, I think. And I found a copy of it, as I tend to do, To Serve the Living. Okay, this is by, what is this, Suzanne Smith, I think is the person. Yep. To Serve the Living, Funeral Directors in the African American Way of Death. I'm not gonna hold y'all. This probably might be where we gonna live for the rest of the show, because these websites is taking too damn long to load up, and I am sick of it. I'm sick of it. Okay. Now, Crystal, is this person black that wrote this book? As you can see, it's going to be a little bit hard for me to look it up since my internet wants to act super whacked out. Even though my kilobytes per second is at all-time highs, I don't get it. But is this person black? Now, we did learn about hush harbors. I remember us learning about hush harbors. All right, let's get into chapter 1, page 15. Let's see. Take your time, Sammy. It's all good. We here. We're going to be here for at least another hour and a half or something like that. Speaking of, hold on. Let me put my phone on the charger. Give me 1 second. All right, so they black. All right, cool. I'm glad. 'Cause I ain't. Did you read this book? I'll be right back. All right. We back. All right. So, let's get to chapter 1, huh? Page 15. There we go. All right. Let's zoom on in for the viewer. All right. From hush harbors to funeral parlors. Okay. A cold mist hovered in the air and rain started to fall as 28 weary fugitive slaves gathered on the banks of the Ohio River to contemplate the next obstacle on their perilous journey on the Underground Railroad. The husbands, wives, children, and one young mother carrying a newborn all came from the same neighborhood in Kentucky and had worked odd jobs to accumulate a small amount of money to pay someone to guide them to freedom. All of their hopes rested with the skills of their conductor, John Fairfield, a curious and somewhat controversial character. A white Virginian by birth, Fairfield had spent most of his life in the South but hated slavery. His Southern background helped him pose among other whites as a pro-slavery advocate while he worked surreptitiously to locate slaves who needed help escaping to freedom, which is funny when you consider that what was his name? Nathaniel Butler did the absolute opposite. He did the absolute opposite. As a black man, he posed as somebody that was sympathizing to slaves and then betrayed them and sold them back into slavery for a big profit. So this white man is hobnobbing and being able to, blend into a bunch of pro-slavery whites while he's literally getting intel to help, to actually help enslaved people. Let's see. Among his cohorts in the Underground Railroad, Fairfield was known as as devoid of moral principle, but a true friend to the poor slave. What? What's that mean? Devoid of moral principle, but a true friend to the poor slave. And that's among his cohorts in the Underground Railroad. What does that even mean? Okay. On this damp evening, as his charges collected themselves at the edge of the river near Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Fairfield quickly had to devise a plan to get all of them across the river and on their way to Cincinnati, which was another 20 miles north. That shit, son. Walking hundreds of miles is such a crazy concept, son. But son, for your freedom, you do anything for your freedom. Fairfield brought the group to this particular spot on the river near the mouth of the Big Miami because he knew he might find some skiffs tied to the bank. Within a few minutes, Fairfield found 3 small boats and broke them free of their moorings. When later asked if he had any qualms about this act of larceny, Fairfield simply replied, "No. Slaves are stolen property, and it is no harm to steal boats or anything else that will help them gain their liberty." After he dragged the skiffs over to the fugitive slaves, they all crowded onto the 3 rather fragile vessels and began their voyage. The overloaded and rickety boats almost immediately began to take on water. Damn. When the skiff carrying Fairfield started to sink only a few yards from the Ohio shore, he jumped onto a sandbar and found himself in water 2 or 3 feet deep. As he attempted to drag the boat to land, Fairfield began to sink in the mud and quicksand. The others jumped in to help him, and they all ended up wading to the shore. The muddy journey left everyone soaked to the skin, and some lost their shoes in the struggle. Damn. Finally, on the Ohio riverbank, Fairfield tried to get his bearings as he needed to hide the large and now very conspicuously disheveled group while he figured out how he might navigate them through the next passage of their journey. Although they were all exhausted and chilled from the rain, the fugitives followed Fairfield's instructions to hide in the ravines outside of Mill Creek while he went to get help. Fairfield, who had many contacts in the Underground Railroad, went to John Hatfield, quote, worthy colored man, a deacon in the Zionist Baptist Church, a great friend to the fugitives, one who had often sheltered them under his roof and aided them in every way he could. Once Hatfield understood the dire situation of the runaway slaves, he sent a messenger to Levi Coffin, the reputed president of the Underground Railroad, to ask for assistance. Coffin quickly decided that the best way to move the fugitives through the area was to stage a mock funeral procession. In his own words, Coffin recounted the drama. Quote, several plans were suggested, but none seemed practicable. Okay? At last, I suggested that someone should go immediately to a certain German livery stable in the city and hire 2 coaches, and that several colored men should go out in the buggies and take the women and children from their hiding places, and then that the coaches and buggies should form a procession as if going to a funeral and march solemnly along the road leading to Cumminsville on the west side of Mill Creek. So this is going to be like might be giving us an intro to Henrietta or something like that, because this is exactly what Henrietta would do. In the western part of Cumminsville was the Methodist Episcopal burying ground, where a certain lot of ground had been set apart for the use of the colored people. They should pass this and continue on the Coleraine Pike till they reached a right-hand road leading to College Hill. At the latter place, they would find a few colored families living in the outskirts of the village and could take refuge among them. We knew we must act quickly and with discretion, for the fugitives were in a very unsafe position and in great danger of being discovered and captured by police who were always on the alert for runaway slaves. Yo, just that mindset alone, like for real, having to be on the run, like and like having to make sure that you are like, who can you trust, who can you not? I just told y'all about a black man that was literally telling people like, yo, come with me, I'll be able to keep you safe, keep you warm, give you food. And then whole time, son is holding you on his land to be able to sell you back to the person you just ran from. And what if you make it all the way to Maryland, or you make it all the way to a particular point to like right there at the Mason-Dixon line and all that other shit, and then you gotta reset and go all the way back to Mississippi, or all the way back to Alabama, or all the way back to Texas or whatever, bro. Like, damn, son. Like, just thinking about that shit. Motherfuckers be having bleeding hearts for people, you know, crossing the border and shit like that. But the only reason, like, you know, I don't really be giving too much country literally and figuratively is because like they're committing a crime. And while this would technically be considered committing a crime, like no, like this is literally acts against humanity. Nobody is acting against illegal immigrants' humanity to make them come to America. Like nobody in America is acting against the humanity will make them like, you know, flee here. But yeah, no, but it's like when you think about that, like having to travel hundreds of miles on foot, on boat, if you got one, on stagecoach, if you got one, like just different methods of traveling hundreds of miles, you feel me? Like, and having to look out for the dogs and the people that's looking to catch you and shit like that, having to look out for random strangers that, will turn you in. You know what I'm saying? Just like I remember there was like a rule that basically meant that like, so the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 basically said that if you are caught aiding and abetting fugitive slaves in any way, that's $1,000 fine, which like adjusted for inflation is like 20 something $1,000, something like that, $30,000 or something like that. When Sam get back, y'all can ask him. 1850, you know, how much was $1,000? But anyway. So even if you didn't own slaves and you were just a white person who were helping slaves, you were going to get $1,000 fine, which is a huge fine, and you might do a year in jail. So what that essentially made everybody that, you know, wasn't going to help or who was just, you know, not slave owners or whatever, made everybody a slave catcher. Like everybody's an op. If you are like, it was literally down the middle. Like you could be indifferent all you want. But as long as you don't, because you can be indifferent, and if you you know, harbor any of them, you're going to jail and you got to pay $1,000. But if you you know, was somebody who was like actively catching them and shit like that, like yeah, you had to really be like one or the other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, $41,000. I knew it. Sammy says $1,000 in 1850 was worth $41,000 500. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Coffin's plan worked quite well, and the escapees with provisions from Hatfield's black neighborhood were able to make it through to College Hill. One sad footnote haunted the story, however. As the smallest fugitive, the one infant died during the mock funeral procession. The baby apparently had fallen ill during the cold, wet escape across the river. The child's mother had wrapped the infant tightly in blankets to muffle its cries. When they finally reached their destination, she was stunned to discover that her baby, whom she had thought was just sleeping, had passed away. The group quickly but respectfully buried the child in the Methodist Episcopal Cemetery and moved on. This evocative story highlights the profound relationship that African Americans had always had to death and the funeral experience. During slavery, from its beginning in the transatlantic slave trade through the antebellum period, death was often imagined as the ultimate freedom from a life of oppression. When African slaves first began arriving in the New World, many believed that death was a way for their spirits to return home to Africa. In this account from the Underground Railroad, the mock funeral procession acted as a protective facade that literally conveyed the enslaved African Americans to their freedom. Yet, in the loss of the infant, it also acknowledged that the specter of actual death was ever present. Throughout African American history, death and funerals have been inextricably intertwined with life and freedom. Historically, death in the African American cultural imagination was not feared but rather embraced as the ultimate homegoing, something that we know about. You know what I'm saying? A welcome journey to a spiritual existence that would transcend the suffering and injustices of the mortal world. As W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in The Souls of Black Folk, quote, of death, the Negro showed little fear, but talked of it familiarly, and even fondly, as simply crossing the waters, perhaps, who knows, back to his ancient forests again. The vision of death as a homegoing was most powerfully captured in the lyrics of the famous slave spiritual, O Freedom. O freedom, O freedom, O freedom over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave, go home to my Lord, and be free. Death, therefore, was not only mourned as a loss, but also celebrated, since the afterlife signified complete emancipation from the oppression of enslavement. For these reasons, the funeral director was destined to have an unusually powerful role in African American culture as the person who oversaw death and burial, which was so heavily invested with spiritual meaning in the hope of ultimate liberation. The roots of African American burial and mourning customs can be traced back to West and Central Africa. These rituals traveled to the New World via the transatlantic slave trade and ultimately influenced the traditions of African American slave funerals from the early colonial period through the antebellum period. The Civil War, which ended slavery in the United States, also marked the beginning of what will become the modern funeral industry. Significantly, then, the funeral profession emerged directly parallel to the rise of Jim Crow segregation, which began during Reconstruction and intensified at the turn of the century. African Americans actively participated in the early development of modern funeral practices such as embalming, and saw the funeral industry as a promising avenue for economic independence and social uplift in a racially divided world. Wow, that's fire. Thus, the combination of the cultural significance of funeral customs and the economic potential of the funeral industry secured the funeral director's place as a central and complex figure in African American life. Let's check the chat. Sammy says, "Fined 40 bands for not helping a slave catcher." Yeah, man. Yes, they were dead serious about this slavery thing. It was basically charging you the amount of money that person spent on the slave. I told y'all slaves were never cheap. The average price was anywhere between $20,000 and $40,000. And if you was talking about like a fully grown black man, he was going for 40 grand for sure. Crystal says we still use that term went in the cross. Oh, we still use that term went and crossed the waters to this day in my family when someone dies. So that's fire. All right. Hear more often things than beings. The voice of the fire listening. Hear the voice of the water, hearing the wind. The bushes sobbing. It is a sigh of our forebearers. Those who are dead are never gone. They are in the breast of the woman. They are in the child who was wailing, and in the firebrand that flames. They are dead. The dead are not up under the earth. They are in the fire that is dying. They are in the grasses that weep. They are in the whimpering rocks. They are in the forest. They are in the house. The dead are not dead. And that's Barago Diop. In African cosmologies about death, the dead and the living are never separated from one another, but are in fact always intimately connected. In contrast to Western ideas of death as an irrevocable loss for the living survivors, African religious beliefs imagine deceased ancestors as dynamic spiritual forces that guide life for those still alive. The vast diversity of Africa makes it difficult to make specific claims about every aspect of death and burial practices. Nevertheless, it is possible to describe the basic contours of West and Central African burial rituals and religious beliefs about death to explain how they may have influenced African American death and funeral rituals over time. Yeah, I guess for sure. The profound cultural significance of the funeral in African society and subsequently in African American life arose from the basic but essential belief that one's deceased ancestors have direct relationship with and authority over the lives of their descendants. The dead are not alive in the most literal sense. Rather, they exist as powerful spiritual beings who continue to influence the living world through the actions of their descendants. In his seminal text, The Myth of the Negro Past, Melville Herskovitz writes that in the African worldview, quote, the dead are everywhere regarded as close to the forces that govern the universe and are believed to influence the well-being of their descendants who properly serve them. He notes that the worship of ancestors in West Africa created an ancestral cult which demanded strict observance. Okay. The ritual for the this is quote, the ritual for the ancestors begins with the death of a person who must have a funeral in keeping with his position in the community if he is to take his rightful place in the afterworld. As far as surviving relatives are concerned, two drives cause them to provide proper funeral rites. The positive urge derives from the prestige that accrues to a family that has provided a fine funeral for a dead member. Negative considerations arise out of the belief that the resentment of a neglected dead person will rebound on the heads of surviving members of his family when neglect makes him a spirit of the kind more to be feared than any other, a discontented, restless, vengeful ghost. Let's see. Sammy says this sounds similar to Native American animism worldviews of death. Okay, for sure. I'm not trying to put a rush on you, Suzanne, but we trying to get to like America with it, gang. Not gonna hold you, so we just gonna skip on. Get on down the road. Yeah, we gotta see what's going on. We learning a lot about African history, which is like, what's up? You know, I shared the source with y'all, but I want to keep it in the American context because we'll be here all night. Let's see. You know, the African American slave funeral from the colonial era through the antebellum period was one of the most central ways the slave community was able to assert its essential humanity. In colonial times, the funeral ceremony allowed many recently enslaved Africans to honor their heritage and practice religious rituals that gave them a sense of connection with their homeland. In the early republic, the slave funeral took on new meaning as most enslaved African Americans were more fully acculturated to North American life, but had not yet converted to Christianity in significant numbers. Okay. Throughout the 18th century, the funeral stood as one of the few religious ceremonies in which slaves experienced some degree of autonomy from their master's control. Now, you already know this is how they're going to frame it. The slave funeral traditionally took place late at night in the hush harbors, the secluded, usually wooded places near the slave quarters where the enslaved could congregate for religious services and social gatherings. By the early 19th century, the 1800s, fear arose among masses that slaves were using the late night funeral services to plan insurrections. Consequently, the antebellum slaves desire to assert their spiritual life through their own funeral ceremonies directly conflicted with the master's need to monitor all such observances. Observances? Yeah, observances is a better pronunciation. Throughout all of these time periods, the funeral was a powerful communal refuge where slaves found shelter from the horrors of enslavement and where they reasserted the bonds of family and community at a time of loss. Most significantly, the slave funeral served as the foundation of several key elements of African American life, including the early origins of an independent black church, the organization of mutual aid and burial societies, and ultimately, through the establishment of the funeral industry, a very successful form of black entrepreneurship. That's a fact. I'm not gonna bore you guys with it, but I am gonna search in the archives for burial societies in the background. Just give me 1 second. I gotta put the criteria in and all of that. But yeah, burial society. I think that's perfect because we talk about the mutual aid societies all of the time, all of the time. So I think this would be perfect to learn about those. So we'll see what comes up for that. And then we'll get back to the book while that's loading. Okay. Just want to make sure it was loading. All right, let's get back to the book. If slave funerals laid the groundwork for African American communal life, they also reveal the power dynamics of the slave-master relationship. Some scholars have argued that slave funerals were one of the most consistent acts of benevolence on the part of slave owners toward their chattel. They emphasize the frequency with which slave funerals were allowed to take place, the testimony on the part of some masters about their own grief upon the death of a particularly beloved slave, and the willingness of slave owners to either be present at or preach the sermon at a slave funeral. See, this is what I be saying with these books. Listen, man. Maybe it's me, right? I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept that it's my pride. It's really my pride because I didn't like that. I didn't like those sentences. I didn't. Benevolence on the part of this, like all of this shit, like all of this shit right here. Where is it? All of this shit. All of this I ain't like. I ain't gonna lie to you. This paragraph, I don't like it. Now, I guess Suzanne is saying that she may not be saying this and that some scholars, have argued this, but that's like, yuck. And this is what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm glad that she said that because, look, some scholars have argued that slave funerals were one of the most consistent acts of benevolence on the part of slave owners towards their chattel. What? Show me the scholars that you would center the benevolence of a slave owner. Anyway, I ain't gonna do that. The counter argument to this view of paternalistic benevolence highlights evidence that the majority of slaves were rarely given time off to honor and bury their dead, and that many slaves were denied proper burials. You see what I'm talking about? Nothing about the ancestors and what the fuck they wanted. It was either the scholars that are arguing that this is based upon consistent acts of benevolence from slave owners, or the counter argument is that it's evidence that the majority of slaves were rarely given time off to honor and bury their dead. You see what I'm saying? Like, do y'all see what I'm talking about? None of that has anything to do with Black American autonomy. None of it. It's all about what white people would and wouldn't let them do. I'm not being unrealistic. I understand this is the institution of chattel slavery. I'm not sitting here saying that they were, free and all of that other stuff. But there were 500,000 free Black Americans. And that's a rough estimate. It's a rough estimate. So you're going to tell me that these 500,000 people didn't deal with death? They didn't bury their dead? They didn't do, this is very, very interesting. That's all I'll say. I don't know what it is. I know I do have a bias of books that was written after 1965. I do know I have a bias. I don't like the continual fucking phrasing or the terming of African American and shit like that, but it is what it is. I'm not tripping. It's just this is the reason why I don't like new books when it comes to Black history. I really don't. I do my best to look past it. I do my best to, find contemporary books who have a level of reverence for the ancestors that I have and stuff like that. But man, this book is really ugh. Anyway, As one former slave recalled, when we died, they bury us the next day, and you was just like any other of the cattle dying on the place. That's all. That's all 'tis to it, and all 'tis of you. You just dead. That's all. Okay, that's reality. Primary source. Even worse, runaway slaves, slaves who challenged their masters, or slaves who were caught planning a revolt, were sometimes killed and their corpses mutilated or left to decay as a means of intimidating other slaves. These forms of terrorism began on the transatlantic slave ship, but were documented well into the 19th century. In 1811, when whites in Louisiana discovered plans for a slave insurrection, they not only killed the suspected rebels, but also publicly displayed their dismembered corpses. Excuse me. Most slave funerals existed somewhere between the two extremes of familial benevolence and violent mutilation of the corpse. Slave owners usually allowed their chattel to bury their dead with some small measure of dignity, even if it simply meant providing them with materials to build a coffin in time after dark to gather for a burial or funeral service. Nevertheless, knowing that funerals allowed slaves to gather in private and assert their spiritual beliefs with some degree of independence, masters tended to resist the idea of lengthy slave funerals and sought some measure of control over even the most basic burial rituals. Historical records from as early as 1680 revealed that the colonial lawmakers in Virginia perceived that when large numbers of, quote, Negro slaves met under the pretenses of burials, the situation was, quote, dangerous. To lessen the risk, they legislated a stringent pass and patrol system to monitor these gatherings. By 1772, a New York City law mandated that slave funerals could only be held during the day, and that attendance at slave wakes could not exceed 10 people. The policing of funerals that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like objective fucked up shit like that. You'll never hear me or see me make excuses for that. That's fucked up. Okay? The policing of funerals reflected anxiety on the part of slave owners that the ceremony provided too much of an opportunity for the enslaved to congregate away from the watchful eyes of their masters. Ironically, the owners' own unwillingness to give their slaves time off to honor their dead resulted in most slave funerals being held at night or on Sundays in the hush harbors. This restriction actually reaffirmed the common West African belief that the dead should be buried after sunset. In 1800, slave owners' fears that slave funerals were subversive were realized when white authorities discovered the plot of what became known as Gabriel's Rebellion in Richmond. Yep. Gabriel, a slave owned by Thomas Prosser, held one of the key organizational meetings for his planned insurrection at a slave infant's funeral on August 10th, only days before the attack was to occur. I do remember this because this is this goes back to episode 1 of Hotep History. Not the live show, but Hotep History on the channel. One of my first the first documentary, Hotep History episode 1, was about slave rebellions and slave revolts. And Gabriel's Rebellion came up. And they did have a meeting behind a church. They did. Gabriel and his co-conspirators were, quote, appropriately dowered during the service, but with the end of the funeral, Gabriel gave an invitation to some of the Negroes to drink grog at the spring. Right. There he announced significantly that he had planned to fight not just for black freedom, but also for his country. In the aftermath of Gabriel's rebellion, whites demanded more vigilant surveillance of slave funerals, which now required the presence of white owners or clergy. Later, in 1831, Nat Turner would lead his violent slave revolt in Virginia, which resulted in the deaths of 57 white men, women, and children. Although there was no evidence that Turner organized his uprising at a funeral, the Commonwealth of Virginia responded to the attack with legislation that completely forbade black preaching at unsupervised slave funerals. They was dead as like, nah. No more preaching. Y'all done. In the face of these heightened restrictions, slaves persisted in their efforts to maintain their own cultural traditions for proper burial. These traditions reflected both African and African American religious rituals, as well as general trends in funeral customs in the 19th century America. The antebellum slave funeral evoked many West African burial rituals, including bathing and wrapping of the corpse, laying out the body on a cooling board, the setting up wake procession to the grave for burial, post burial feasting, and finally a much more elaborate second funeral, weeks, months, or even up to a year after burial. And I don't remember that. I ain't never going to a second funeral. You can kiss my ass. I ain't doing that. Y'all ever had a second funeral? Y'all ever heard of that? I've never heard of a second funeral. At the moment of death, which was often signaled by a loud, mournful wail or piercing scream from the family members of the deceased, the women in the slave household were most often called upon to prepare the deceased for burial. These preparations included washing the corpse, wrapping it in a white shroud, wrapping it in a white shroud or winding sheet, and laying it out on a wooden plank called a cooling board. As one former slave recalled, there weren't no undertakers them days. Them home folks just laid the corpse out on the cooling board till the coffin was made. A cooling board was made out of a long straight plank raised a little at the head and had legs fixed to it, fixed to make it set straight. They robbed oh man, oh my god, why do they do this shit? They robbed the men's corpses in the winding sheets. While the corpse was prepared, word of the slave's death was sent through an informal slave messenger network, or less frequently through the African tradition of beating the drum of death to summon mourners. Mourners then gathered to conduct the setting up vigil or wake throughout the night in the slave quarters. Here, slaves shared their grief through communal acts of praying, chanting, dancing, singing, and sometimes touching the corpse as an intimate way to bid farewell to the deceased. As one former slave recalled, at the wake we clapped our hands and kept time with our feet. Walking Egypt, they calls it. We chant and hum all night till the nigga was funeralized. Another common ritual at the setting up involved passing an infant over the corpse to protect the living from the spirits of the dead. What? Let's see. Crystal says, think about all of the other business that came from this. The black funeral home would refer you to the black car service, the black caterer, the black florist, etc., and you get community entrepreneurship. And listen, remember when we ran over the most popular housewife contest, and the person who provided the limo for the winner was the woman, or the man and woman, I think, who ran the funeral home. So where you gonna get a limousine in your community, right? The people who are going to be using limousines the most in the community are people who are providing, funeral services, because the family of the deceased has to travel and the procession and all of that other stuff. So the funeral home had the limousines. So yeah, that's a fact. Not a second funeral, but I have heard of a cooling board. See, I ain't never heard of that. The lively communal nature of slave burial rituals continued during the procession to the slave graveyard, which could involve up to several hundred mourners marching solemnly by torchlight, and often included drumming and dancing of an African-inspired ring shout in a counterclockwise circle around the grave. Mourners sang spirituals such as "Hark from the Tomb," "A Doleful Sound," "Laid His Body Down," and "Deep River," which includes the lyrics, "Deep river, my home over Jordan, deep river, Lord, I want to cross over into campground." Okay, spirituals like "Deep River," which foreground the African American religious and folklore belief that when a person died, his or her soul crossed over the River Jordan. Also evoked the West African belief that water or bodies of water connected the living to the dead. The final act of burial, which was usually the shortest part of the ceremony, involved mourners dropping handfuls of dirt on the coffin or working together to shovel the dirt over the grave. The procession back to the slave quarters from the graveyard was markedly more festive, with mourners sometimes singing and dancing in celebration of the memory of the deceased. Often these festivities continue throughout the night. I can imagine that, because now we don't got this buzzkill anymore. We done put him in the ground. Now we can party. And I ain't gonna hold you. Plenty of funerals. Plenty of funerals. I want to say almost 100% of them that I've gone to in my life, and I've been to plenty. Been to a lot. Going like the beginning, getting there and all of that stuff, you know, that's gonna be the saddest part. You know, you gotta, if it's somebody like close to where like you are gonna be the family sitting up front and shit like that, you know, that whole night before, that morning of, you already know you gotta put all your black on and all of that shit. You feel me? You gonna drive to the funeral, you know, be in the first 2 rows of the church crying. You gonna cry the whole time, right? But as soon it's time to leave church and it's time to put that nigga in the ground, from the time that niggas put the person in the ground to the time we get to the repast and all of that other stuff, I'm telling you, it's good tidings. It's good vibes. You feel me? Motherfuckers can't wait to eat. Motherfuckers can't wait to jam out. I can tell you for a fact, when it came down to my uncle, the repast was lit. I'm not even gonna hold you. The food was amazing. The music was jamming. The drinks was flowing. We laughed. We cried. We hugged. We took pictures. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Let's see. One of the most striking similarities between the West African death practices and African American slave funerals was the importance of the second funerals. This is what I'm saying, which happened weeks to months and sometimes as long as a year after the actual burial. The second funeral, usually celebratory in tone, was considered essential because it allowed all family members to gather to honor the deceased. The length of the delay between the actual burial and the second funeral ceremony was largely determined by the availability of a black preacher to perform the funeral sermon. One of the most renowned black funeral preachers in the antebellum period was John Jasper from Richmond, Virginia. A passage from a 1908 biography of Jasper vividly captures the importance of the second funeral in slave communities. Hold on. There was one thing, quote, there was one thing which the Negro greatly insisted upon, and which not even the most hard-hearted masters were ever quite willing to deny them. They could never bear that their dead could be put away without a funeral. Damn, this is a long quote. Not that they expected at the time of burial to have the funeral service. Indeed, they did not desire it, and it was never according to their notions. A funeral to them was a pageant. It was a thing to be arranged for a long time ahead. It was to be marked by the gathering of kindred and friends from far and near. It was not satisfactory unless there was a vast and excitable crowd. It usually meant an all-day meeting, and often a meeting in a grove, and it drew white and black alike, sometimes in almost equal numbers. Another demand in this case for the slaves knew how to make their demands, was that the Negro preacher should quote, preach the funeral, as they called it. In things like this, the wishes of the slaves usually prevailed. The funeral loomed up weeks in advance, and although marked by sable garments, mournful manners, and sorrowful outcries, it had about it hints of an elaborate social function with festive accompaniments. Wow. That's very interesting. Let's see. Oh man, hold on. I didn't even see Sammy's chat. Hold on. Said this is interesting. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. This is interesting. The Bible, Jesus. This is interesting. The Bible talks about professional mourners. This actually makes me wonder about the Louisiana funeral services and their historicity. Historicity. Wait, historicity. Am I pronouncing that right? Historicity. Historicity. I bet they'd be interesting to look through. Doesn't Louisiana have bands that play for funerals while mourners would sing and dance? Yeah, they do. They do. Ain't that the whole second line shit? I don't know. I know it's like a. I know New Orleans and Louisiana have a very deep death culture and like a culture around their dead. So I know they do the parades and the marching and all of that other stuff. But this second funeral, I've never heard of this. I don't know. I've never heard of this. Like I've heard of the things being done, but I have not heard of this shit happening months after the person died. Weeks and months after the person died. Like for the most part, you'll probably have like the person die on a Monday. It'll be like no later than that next Monday to where they're having a funeral. So weeks later, months later, sometimes a year later. Nah, I've never seen that before. That's crazy. I don't know what I don't know. Maybe that's just something the ancestors thought to do. Now, as far as everything else, like the funeral being a pageant, the funeral being vibes and stuff like that. And trust me, I've been to so many different black funerals to where, yeah, like my granny funeral. You feel me? Like there's a band. Like my granny church had a band. It was all what family of instruments is like the tuba, the trumpet? That's wood. That's not woodwind. That's brass. Yeah. So all of the brass, like they the brass band that my granny's church had is amazing, and they played music the entire time. The preacher preached, all of that. It was a celebration for sure. And I get all of that. The celebration of life, homegoing, I get all of that. I get the traditions of that. Going into the basement of the church and eating like pigs and all of that shit. Like, that's what I did. But this happening a month later, I couldn't imagine that. Sammy says I lived in Louisiana, Baton Rouge from ages from ages 4 to 6. Never went to any funerals during my short stay though. My wife said they have some Jamaican traditions of a memorial party a few months after burial. Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Ain't it something like 10 days, 10 nights or something like that when it comes to Jamaicans? You gotta let me know because my brother Ryan that I told y'all about that died. His people was a Jamaican. Like he Jamaican on both sides. And they had like a celebration for him before the funeral and then after the funeral and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So let me know. Let me know. I know it's something called like 9 nights or something like that. Let's see. The slave funeral was thus one of the most important venues for the plantation or itinerant black preacher who might travel great distances to perform funeral sermons. Until a black preacher preached the official funeral sermon, the family did not have peace of mind that the deceased spirit was free. In this way, the slave funeral was an important training ground for what evolved into the independent black church. Okay. Yeah, we read a lot of pages so far. Let's see. Long after the last funeral sermon was preached, African American slaves, like their West African forebears, used grave decoration as another tangible way to honor the spirits of the dead. One former slave recalled, "This was a common thing when I was young. They used to put the things put on. Wait. They used to put the things a puss on use last the grave. What? I hate when they do this shit. This was supposed to satisfy the spirit and keep it from following you back to the house." Ernest Ingersoll. Why do I know that name? Ernest Ingersoll. We just read about him in the last episode. Wrote of visiting South Carolina burial sites in 1881 and observing grave decoration. When a Negro dies, some article or utensil or more than one is thrown upon his grave. Moreover, it is broken. Nearly every grave has bordering or thrown upon it a few bleached seashells. Mingled with these is a most curious collection of broken crockery and glassware. On the large graves are laid broken pitchers, soap dishes, lamp chimneys, tureens, coffee cups, syrup jars, all sorts of ornamental vases, cigar boxes, gun locks, tomato cans, teapots, flower pots, bits of stucco, plaster images, pieces of carved stonework from one of the public buildings destroyed during the war, glass lamps and tumblers in great number, and 40 other kitchen articles. Chief of these, however, are large water pitchers. Very few graves lack them. Did y'all grannies and them decorate graves? I ain't never did that. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't never did that. That the wind? Oh, it's windy tonight, huh? Oh. Let's see. Sammy says, man, you cultured, dudes. The 9 nights is a Jamaican tradition party the night before the funeral. Way back, it used to last literal 9 nights. That's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, I was in there. I was eating, what do they call it, though? Bun. The cheese and bun. You know what I'm saying? I was fucking that shit up. I was thick ass slices of cheese on top of that bun, bro. What, I was fucking that shit up with my Ray and nephews mix. Rest in peace to my brother Raw, man. I miss my boy, man. He would have loved this shit, man. He would have been so proud of me. Like, he was my biggest supporter and my biggest critic at the same time, because he seen my profile getting bigger over the years and shit, and so he saw that there was a bunch of like people that just liked me and shit like that, and he would just like challenge me all of the time, like unnecessarily sometimes. He was like, yo, do you believe that, or is that something that you just read and shit like that? And he was to say shit like, yo, if you if you want to have a bad day, just ask Doe what he learned today. Man, like, that was my man, yo. Damn, son. Rest in peace to the panda, man. That's my bro. Just know I'm thinking about you every day, bro. Every day. I don't miss a day where I don't think about you, bro. Like, I miss you so much. I miss him so much, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I miss my boy. But Ingersoll's level of detail confirms the astonishing array of items left on African American grave sites in the mid to late 19th century. Yeah, I never did that. I never seen a decorated grave whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? They were strikingly similar to the objects that were commonly left on Congo graves, including seashells, water pitchers. We just read all of that. All right, let's get to something a little bit more contemporary in the book. Let's go back to the 10th page, I think it was, for table of contents. My memory. So let's go. So yeah, this chapter was, not long, but streaming purposes. The Colored Embalmer, my man's an undertaker. A funeral hall is a good place as any. All right, let's see what the Colored Embalmer was about. We do it like this. Come on, ain't no way. There we go. I ain't got time. There we go, 1918. It's a little bit more contemporary. Let's see what we got. On November 16th, 1918, A small news story ran in the black press under the provocative headline, Race Chauffeurs Block a Funeral Procession. The story came out of Jacksonville, Florida, but received national coverage when it was picked up by the Black Wire Service, which sent it to black newspapers across the country. The report was brief but engaging as it described a rather unusual protest. Apparently, a group of colored chauffeurs who owned and operated their own cars decided to form a blockade with their vehicles to thwart a funeral procession that was trying to advance down a Jacksonville street one mid-November day. Damn. To disrupt the sacred act of burying the dead, must have involved a serious offense. For the race chauffeurs, the wrong committed was egregious indeed and involved the fact that a prominent colored family uncompromisingly employed a white undertaker, overlooking the racemen in the same business. Listen, see, I was kind of fucked up about it. It's like, damn, why would they do that? It's like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you gonna hire a white person, bro? Like, what are you doing? It's 1918. Ain't no way. You can't tell me, oh no, they gave me a better deal. You can't. There's nothing you can say, bro. What are you doing? I'm immediately on their side. Sorry. Let's see. The chauffeurs sarcastically declared at the blockade that given the circumstances, it would be better for all whites to handle the affair, even the minister. Yeah, you're not about to have black this, black that, but when it come down to the chauffeurs, now you want, nah, bro. Nah. No, you got black this, black that, but when you got a white undertaker, nah, you bugging. Straight up and down. Let's see. Their request for a white minister, clearly an affront to the time-honored African American funeral traditions, revealed the level of contempt the protesters felt toward the mourning family. These niggas are crying in the streets. They are crying. They are trying to bury their family member, and all of these niggas these black chauffeurs stood on business, bro. Let's see. A protest was crazy. Back at the church, crowd of mourners waited while the white undertaker was compelled to hold the remains until the chauffeur's demands were met. Meanwhile, an entirely different type of conflict involving race in the funeral business arose in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. In 1916, E.W. Hall and Malachi C. Collins decided to open Hall and Collins Funeral Home, the first black-owned funeral establishment in Hattiesburg. A white funeral director in town, threatened by the potential competition, initially tried to sabotage their plan by circulating handbills among local blacks that read, quote, "Don't patronize those niggers. We can give you better service." Wow. Jeez, Walt, tell me how you really feel, fam. Jeez. You do know you sent this to a bunch of black people, right? Do you know how crazy you have to be? How foaming at the mouth racist you have to be like, yo, nigga, we want your money. We want your money. We still think you're a nigga for sure. But, like, come on, son, shot with us. Like, I'm trying to tell you, that's so crazy. Oh my God, that is nuts. How you tell a bunch of black people, yo, don't patronize those niggers. We will give you better service. Listen, nigga. We'll treat you better than the niggas. Like, what, son? An organized campaign of intimidation continued for 2 years and escalated from handbill propaganda to violent threats. The local KKK made a practice of racing cars in front of the Hall and Collins funeral home late at night. Tensions became so high that Hall and Collins armed themselves with shotguns, there we go, after hours, and took turns guarding their new business from possible attack. That's what I'm talking about. You see it? At least the book, because you know I'm not really, like, the narrative in the book and all of that other stuff. for all of the historical knowledge, I'm with it. I'm with all of the historical knowledge, but then like the narration, like I'm not really digging the narration like that. Not gonna hold you. Some parts that I like, some parts that I don't. Being honest. But yes, I am glad that that Suzanne talked about the ancestors was not going. Period. They were not fucking going. We got shotguns. Take turns. We're gonna patrol this bitch, and that's just what it is. Let's see. Crystal says, I love when names of ancestors come up while going through these materials. Just found out about Reverend John Jasper, who was a famous preacher in the Richmond area from this book. That's fire. He was known for his preaching and his strong belief, faith, and his unwavering belief in the Bible. The church he founded still exists here in Richmond, the current location built in 1888. See what I'm talking about, man? I'm trying to tell you, I think that is going to be my life's work as far as the history realm. I am going, no, tripping. I was about to sit there and dox my whole fucking plan for world domination. Tripping. Done. Nothing. Not going to do anything. Y'all will never know my life's work until it's done. Anyway, the Jacksonville blockade and the hostilities in Hattiesburg offer two very different snapshots of the racial politics of the early funeral industry. Yet both resonate with the central paradox that faced African American funeral directors at the beginning of the 20th century. How to negotiate both the costs and the benefits of the strict Jim Crow segregation, and that divided most of America into clearly marked worlds of white and colored. On the one hand, the racism that fueled the pervasive segregation led to all types of discrimination that limited African Americans' ability to succeed socially, politically, and economically. For African American funeral directors, racial discrimination within the funeral industry began in 1912 when the most recognized professional trade organization in their field, the National Funeral Directors Association, officially banned them from membership. Moreover, as the Hattiesburg case attests, racist whites often actively fought African Americans' efforts to establish their funeral businesses through any number of legal and illegal means. On the other hand, the strict boundaries of the racially divided world of the early 20th century America meant that African American funeral directors and other black entrepreneurs had a clearly defined consumer market that was, supposedly, all theirs. In the strange calculus that evolved from a Jim Crow world, racial segregation was, for all practical purposes, in the best interest of black business people, since it theoretically guaranteed them a captive and steady base of customers. And this is why we trying to tell y'all about integration not being pushed by black people. It was pushed by white people because they didn't want to compete. You saw how those white business owners reacted to black dollars leaving their business, even though they literally hated black people. They hated black people. They did not want anything to do with black people, but they wanted their money. This is what I was trying to tell y'all. They want to use, they looked at integration as another form of racism. You understand? This was another tool that they used to circumvent black American entrepreneurship and black American progress. So yes, I understand that Jim Crow makes it so that, black business owners and shit like that are basically by law, beholden or entitled to black dollars and shit like that. But when it comes down to, the way it's acted out on the ground, it's like, no, we still want that money. We still want that Negro money. You know what I'm saying? So I try to tell y'all, like, integration wasn't just like this, great thing overall for black Americans. A lot of this stuff, we have some negative results of it as well. I would say more negative than positive. The only reason I say more negative than positive is because, I promise you, a piece of paper was not going to make this happen any faster, for real. Black Americans and white Americans who wanted to do business with each other would have done business with each other. They did not need the government. These are fully grown adults. Like, I promise you, Trump don't have to tell me whether or not I need to, voluntarily associate with anybody. I will associate with whoever I feel like associating with, period. I don't need the government to tell me who I can be cool with. In reality, the loyalty of the African American consumer was not a given for the black entrepreneur, but something that had to be secured through an active campaign advocating that true racial uplift could be achieved only through the economic cooperation of all people of color. Given these circumstances, we can appreciate the motives of the race chauffeurs in Jacksonville in obstructing a solemn funeral procession when the colored family involved made the decision to employ a white undertaker. Facts. The ways African American funeral directors navigated Jim Crow racial segregation in the first decades of the 20th century provided an important case study of the paradox of early black capitalism. Black entrepreneurs tried to use their business as a form of self-help and racial uplift, and at the same time as a strategy for fighting racial prejudice and discrimination. These two goals, however, were sometimes directly at odds with each other, which ultimately led to the internal dissension among black leaders about the best way for a black business to serve the race. At the turn of the century, both Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois agreed that black economic independence was central to the overall campaign for racial equality. Duh. 2 plus 2 is 4. Soon after Du Bois refined his theories, refined his theories of the benefits of a group economy for the advancement of the race in 1899, Booker T. Washington founded the National Negro Business League. Right? That's a fact. And you see how they try to put it like W.E.B. Du Bois kind of inspired Booker T. Washington to do that shit. You see that shit. I peeped it. Narrative and framing. Always aware of it. That would exemplify the spirit of economic cooperation among black entrepreneurs. The League's central philosophy was defined, however, by a distinct dualism, which quote, asserted that the economic laws of laissez-faire were blind to color differences, and that economic usefulness and success were the best way to eliminate prejudice. But the League also vigorously propagandized for Negro support of Negro business. Propagandized? It's propaganda to tell black people to shop with black people now? All right. I'm 3 seconds away from Googling this woman, Crystal. I ain't going to hold you. In other words, the campaign for black economic cooperation at the turn of the century was based both on a belief in a colorblind free market as a means to end racial prejudice and on the importance of maintaining a colorbound segregated group economy. Why is that being described like that? Yes, I want to be able to make as much money. I want to be able to get money from everybody. That's a fact. White, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. Yes, I want all of your money for sure. But when it comes down to like the consumer, the black consumer, yeah, I would like for the predominance of those people to only shop with us. I don't even understand how this is like contradictory. And I definitely don't understand why telling black Americans to shop with other black Americans was considered propaganda for real. Very, very strange choice of word there. African American funeral directors struggled with this dualism most acutely in the first decades of the 20th century as the funeral industry became more established, modern, and profitable. Given African American reverence for proper burial, black funeral directors were especially well positioned to promote the idea that blacks should support their business for cultural as well as economic reasons. Duh. As one funeral director in the NNBL argued at the annual convention in 1917, quote, "We realize that it is important that the remains of members of our race, both men and women, be looked after by funeral directors who respect them, who revere them, and who will treat them justly and fairly in all respects." According to this author, this is propaganda. Anyway. Moreover, in the face of discrimination from within the funeral industry and by the NFDA, African American funeral directors were forced to unite and form their own professional associations and trade journals in order to succeed. Forced? See, man, this is just my bias, and I can acknowledge that. But like the framing is very important. The framing is very important. The narrative is very important, and I'm not digging it. Yet, even as they were, excuse me, even as they were advocating the insularity of a group economy, African American funeral directors at the turn of the century led some of the most important early battles against racial segregation in the Jim Crow era. These entrepreneurs had both the financial resources and the prestige as leaders of their respective communities to stand at the forefront of the formative campaigns for civil rights, including the 1896 Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson. This is, of course, the separate but equal case. In the end, many African American funeral directors found themselves actively advocating black patronage for black businesses, while at the same time fighting for the larger cause of racial equality and desegregation in local communities. Yeah, I don't see how this is contradictory. No, we don't want to integrate, but we do want to desegregate. I told y'all there's a difference. There's a difference. Desegregation, or segregation rather, said that it was fucking illegal for you to be in certain places if you were black, which means you could be arrested for being at this gas station or whatever the fuck it is. Like, you were literally breaking the law. Desegregation made all of that shit bullshit. Like, you're able to freely travel throughout this country. That's what desegregation is. Integration is being like, oh yeah, we're gonna shoehorn a bunch of niggas inside of some white shit. You see, they never shoehorn white people into black shit because that would be too much like right or close to right. Because now you're forcing white people to shop with black people. That's not what happened. You force black people to shop with white people. You force black people to live among white people. You force black people to do all of these different things instead of black Americans just being able to freely build their own. First, they were told that they got to stay away from white people. Okay, and then they were told that they had to be around white people in order to succeed, and then you trying to blame black Americans for that shit. Like, what? No, we just wanted our own shit from the dribble, bro. That's why we built towns. Why didn't a bunch of former slaves petition to live among white people? If this is what the ancestors always wanted, why didn't in the 1870s and the 1880s did a bunch of black people be like, yo, and all of the books that we've read so far of late 19th century, we ain't never hear that shit. We only heard the ancestors from the late 19th century being like, yo, stop depending on white people. Stop depending on white people. That's what we heard. Do not depend on white people. You have to be able to be self-sufficient and self-this and self-that. That's what it was always about. So please tell me how we go from that to you thinking that black people literally would want nothing more than to be integrated into a bunch of white-owned shit. No. It was all about voluntary association, shit that you wanted to do. It was all about making sure that I am not going to be arrested for being in a particular place. Right? You feel me? Let's see. The chat going crazy. Sammy says this further contextualizes color communism and common sense. That's a fact. Christopher says, Sammy, Reverend Jasper was one of 24 children, so you got to catch up. 24. Fire. Come on, let's give it up for him. Let's give it up for him. 24, that's a good number. 24 kids, that's a solid number. I fuck with that. Christopher says, because we are the only groups of people who get guilty for encouraging other black people to support and shop with other black people. That's a fact, dog. This shit is fucking crazy, bro. Motherfuckers really be trying to take the autonomy away from their ancestors in real time, like while the ancestors were alive, bro. Like, you sitting there trying to tell me that the best thing for me is to be separated and it's illegal for me to come over here. I say, cool, fuck it. I'm about to go build my own shit. And the minute I build my own shit, now it's like, oh, nah, you need to come shop with me. It's like, what the fuck? You just told me that you ain't want me around. I told you I ain't want to be around. But fuck it. Were we able to get something going, or is it still a bunch of? Oh no, this is not even the right one. Oh yeah, I said I was searching stuff in the back, right? Burial Society. Okay, we got some bites. 1933. Okay. Let's I'm gonna share it with y'all. This is a good book. I may not like the narrative and the framing all of the way, but if you still want to be able to, get some good information, I think this is a good book. I'll put it in the chat. I can't put the link into the chat because that would be like literally illegal, but make sure you get the book. I'm just checking out the source real quick, y'all, and then I'll just flip it over. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, let's get into it. I'll share it with y'all. We gonna hit we had to go to the archives at least once. So we'll get back to the book in just a second, y'all. Of course, we can take forever to load. So anyway, Booker T. Washington's National Negro Business League, founded at the dawn of the new century in 1900, provided the first formal organization through which African American funeral directors could band together to gain a foothold in the funeral industry. The early history of the league not only revealed how the philosophy of black economic cooperation had come to the forefront of the national campaign for racial equality, but also set the stage for the ongoing debate between the militant and the accommodation and strategies for fighting this campaign in the 20th century. Somewhat surprisingly, W.E.B. Du Bois, who would soon lead the militant front with the founding of the Niagara movement in the NAACP, was the first black leader and intellectual to articulate a clear vision of black economic independence as a central platform in the fight against racial inequality. What? All right, Crystal. Sorry. She's getting Googled. Because what in the hell? That was just pure rubbish. That was pure rubbish. That's crazy. That wasn't even true. That was not even remotely true, bro. It's not even remotely true. They were talking about economic independence in fucking the 1880s and the 1870s as a true platform for black American advancement. Like, what are you talking about, bro? That was crazy, son. And this is what I'm talking about as far as the mainstream histories. That was some K through 12 shit. That was some academia shit. That was crazy, son. This is what I'm telling you. All of them intellectuals and shit, they really resent Booker T. Washington for real. They called that nigga W.E.B. Du Bois a militant. Radical, I can give you. Because that has whatever connotations to it and shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? I'll give him radical. But militant? You gotta be shitting me. What's her name? I know it's Suzanne Smith, but hold on. Is this her? No, this is a white woman. Hold on. That was crazy, bro. W.E.B. Du Bois was the first nigga to fucking, what she say? W.E.B. Du Bois, who would soon lead the militant front with the founding, blah, 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 was the first black leader and intellectual to articulate a clear vision of black economic independence as a central platform in the fight against racial inequality. Are you fucking high, lady? Nah, son, that was crazy to say. What is the middle initial of this lady? Let's go to, all right, this is page 62. Let's go to page 1. Suzanne E. Smith. Hold on. That was crazy. That was the final straw. I ain't gonna lie to you, Crystal. Crystal, I swear to God, if you have given me a white woman is a professor of the Department of History and Art. Oh, no. No, Nope. Hold on, Crystal. Nope. Hold on. You got to answer to this. You got to answer for this. Nah, Crystal, this is what I found. Let's zoom on in and make sure I'm not fucking bugging. Crystal? Who is this white woman? Huh? She black? For sure? Okay. This looks like a very non-black woman here. Okay, all right. If she's just super light skinned, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna leave it alone. But this looks very much like a white woman. This is her though. Hold on. This was her. Okay. That's not her? Are you sure? Because the website literally said that was her. I don't know. It said that she wrote those books. This shit is freezing. But it says she wrote. She's the author of Dancing in the Street, Motown and Cultural Politics of Detroit, and To Serve the Living, Funeral Directors in the African American Way of Death. I don't know. Let's look it up again. I don't know. Oh, okay. This is her. Is that her? Okay. This might be her. Hold on. Let's do an image search. No. Hold on. They saying this is Carla F.C. Holloway. Let's double check. No, that's not her. Nope, that's not her. I ain't gonna hold you, gang. I don't see no other black woman. That's Sheila Smith McCoy. That ain't her. This is Sherry L. Smith. This is Maureen Y. Smith. These are not Susan Smith or Suzanne Smith. I don't know. Because Amazon, what did Amazon say? Yeah, no, that's Carla F.C. Holloway for sure. Nah, Crystal. I don't know, gang. We not seeing nothing. This is a website that literally said that this is the books that she wrote. Hold on, what's this? We got C-SPAN. This woman was on C-SPAN, Crystal. Hold on. Now, C-SPAN said it. That's a wrap. Book discuss. Yeah, we got her. Crystal, this woman is white. This is a white woman. Okay? To Serve the Living. Let's watch the video. This is from September 2011. The murder of Emmett Till. Yeah, we done found her. Now, if she's a very light-skinned woman, that's one thing. Suzanne Smith talked about her book, To Serve the Living. They got to load the ad, of course. Oh, no, wait. Nah. Ain't no way this is a black woman. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that this is a black woman. The chat got awfully quiet. Is it me? Is it my computer? What happened? Oh man, nah, Suzanne E. Smith. No wonder. It's fine, Crystal. I have white.
An interview from George Mason University.
Dr. Suzanne Smith is an associate professor of history here at George Mason University, and she has a new book out, published by Harvard, To Serve the Living, Funeral Directors and the African American Way of Death. Dr. Smith, what is the African American way of death?
The African American way of death is a way of thinking about death as not just death, but connected to freedom and connected to the struggle for civil rights. And in the book, I tell a story about how the connection between death and freedom is so central to African Americans' understanding of funerals and death that it hasn't been, like I said, really considered in quite the way I do in the book before, but it's essential to our understanding of the civil rights movement and also the history of African American entrepreneurship.
What is that story?
The story goes back to slavery, and in African American culture, they call a funeral a homegoing. And in the book, I trace the story beginning.
The Negroes. The Negroes. Yeah, now I get it. Now I get it. So that's giving me even more reason, because we was gonna get up out of here soon anyway. We was had this white woman black explaining to me. Oh man, and I'm not listening, yo. She has her citations and all of that in the book and all of that. You feel me? But yeah. Yo, I love my black radar. Like immediately I asked, like, yo, is this a white person? I'm glad that I can, all right. So one of the things that I pride myself on is being able to know if you're black based on your tone and your cadence, because black American tone and cadence is very distinct. You feel me? Even if I were to, try to talk like this and like try to put on that super proper shit, you could still hear that nigga in my voice. You could still hear the blackness in my voice. You feel me? And it's the same thing when it comes down to writing. And it's like like the way that she kept talking, like the way that she kept saying African American. The way that she kept saying African American gave liberal white woman. Not one black American. You didn't say black American not once. And this book was written in 2011? You ain't say black American once. Like the way that you did it, it was this it was an official classification instead of you identifying with your people. You feel me? Like a black author, I don't care if you even talking about new blacks. A black author is going to say black. And it's like they're more than likely going to capitalize the B like I do. Like, and this is what I'm saying. Like I could tell that I was not reading the works of a black person, even if I disagreed with them. You know what I'm saying? Like I felt it. I knew it, son. Like I can tell, son. I can tell when it's like I got, like Sammy said, I got like spidey senses for niggas. You know what I'm saying? I got nigga senses. I could tell when my people are behind a particular work. You feel me? And this book just seemed too sterile as it pertains to, it was too formal. Like for the subjects, you know what I'm saying? Like the subjects that they had for like the subjects that they're talking about in the book, it's like there should be a connection being evoked here, and it's not. It's like the African Americans. It's like, And then, yo, I'm telling you, you know what that shit reminded me? You know what that shit reminded me of? That motherfucking Inglorious Bastards meme when the son is doing like this. Like, yo, wait, hold on. Hold the fuck up. Hold the phone. You said... What about W.E.B. Du Bois? Like, what? You said what? He was the what? Nah, nigga. What was that, page 64? What was that? It was a page 64 or page 62? That shit was fucking crazy. I think it was 62. Yeah. The first black leader an intellectual to articulate a clear vision of black economic independence as a central platform in the fight against racial inequality. This right here, son. This right here was the ultimate, like, nah, son. What? This is an agent. This was dead ass that moment. This was me reading this and being like, the what? Nah. No. Nope. Yeah, Crystal. You fell for the pimping. You fell for the pimping. Oh man, this guilty white woman, man. Anybody got no time for that. Anybody got no time for that white guilt literature. Get out of here with that, man. I knew it. I told y'all, didn't y'all can't lie. Y'all can't lie. Y'all heard me say. Why did it go to that? Y'all heard me say, like, son, I don't know. I feel a way about this book. I said it. I kept saying I felt funny about it. I had a feeling. I said I had a feeling about this book. Yeah, it was written in 2010. It's cool. It's a contemporary book. Cool. Like, I'm not really a big fan of that, but cool. We've gone over contemporary sources before. But, like, the incessant the spamming African American, that was a red flag for me. She spammed it way too much. I'm like, nah, son, something off here, son. Like, yo, I'm telling you, this is how I know. This is how I know, son. I'm really black for real. I'm really black for real, because I'm just like, son, like the whole time I'm just sitting there reading this shit, and we done read over a dozen pages of this book, and I'm just like, this shit don't come across like that, son. Yeah, it's because this white woman is she's a fan. All right, cool. But yeah, man. Yeah, that was, that makes sense. Now that I know that a white woman with a short haircut with a bob or whatever that shit is called wrote this, it makes all of the sense, man. It makes all of the sense. Liberal white woman and her guilt writing this book. Oh, I was so fascinated with the way the African Americans, you feel me? The African Americans, the way they buried their dead. And now, like, when it comes to the white guilt shit, and like, this is what I was talking about. Didn't I say earlier in this book? Jesus. I said earlier in this book, I'm like, yo, the way she's framing this shit, like, it's either the benevolence. Remember I said that I was talking about the benevolence of the white man, or the harshness of the white man and all of that shit. Like, that is, I knew it, yo. She's white. This is a perfect example. See, this is still a lesson. Okay, I'm not saying that by virtue of you being a white person, you are automatically disqualified from writing about black people. That's not what I'm saying at all. But you have to understand that based upon narrative, framing, you have absolutely no other way to look at this. You can have you can have me on staff. Have me. And you know I'm damn near channeling these niggas. You feel me? They damn near talking to me directly. And you're still going to come away from that shit with your own perspective. So you'll have somebody like me on the team, so the book is going to be fucking fire. It's going to be fuego. But if you just use me as a reference and then go on to write that book, you are going to write that book from the perspective of a liberal white woman or a white woman. That's how that shit goes. And this is what I am talking about. Because when she sat down and read that shit, while she may be against it, accepts it. That's the difference. I don't accept the narrative that the ancestors were living at the behest of white people. I don't. And like when she was just saying stuff like all of this, I'm like, yo, son, this don't sound like a pro-black American. This don't. This sounds like somebody who's trying to play it cool. They want to be cool with black people, but they don't really have that reverence. They don't really have that respect for black Americans. For real. Like, I just felt it. I felt that shit. It was either a new black or a white. I already knew it. A new black or a liberal white. Straight up and down. Straight up and down. I knew it. I knew it. Like I said, the objective stuff in the book, no problem with. Direct quotes, primary sources, all of that, that's what you're supposed to have in a piece of literature, historical literature. And this is what I'll be telling y'all. They'll have some truth, a bunch of lies in it, and then close it off with some truth, and now you got the lie sandwich, and now you eat it all up. That's what they do. I'm trying to tell you. I knew that shit. I knew that shit. I'm sorry. I know I've been ranting for like the past 5-10 minutes about this shit, but like I mean it, son. Let's get into the archives. This is a black newspaper, Crystal. Crystal says, I will have to go atone to the ancestors for my sin. Yeah, man, you done brought white liberal literature to Hotep history. My God. What make it even worse, she sent that months ago. I wasn't even, like, you know what I'm saying? We was on to, I don't know how many different episodes. But I'm like, yo, black funeral industry wins. There's no sense for having Crystal to re-bring this stuff up. So I just went, scrolled, you know, through the DMs or whatever, and you know, put them on the docket just to find out that Suzanne E. Smith was a white liberal woman, man. But anyway, here we go. Though but 4 months old, Family Burial Society has more than 1,500 members and is gaining new members at the rate of 300 a month. You hear me? A few testimonials. Complete satisfaction. Savannah, Georgia, January 16th, 1933. The Powell and Company undertaking Savannah, Georgia. Gentlemen, we want to take this opportunity to express our appreciation of the Family Burial Society. Our mother joined your society in October 1932 and had only paid into the society 85 cents up to the time of her death. The society, in keeping with its contract of immediate benefits, furnished a complete funeral, which was conducted in an efficient manner throughout. We also want to extend our appreciation to the representatives of the society and to the society chorus for their part of the service. You can rest assured that we will gladly recommend your Family Burial Society to all of our friends, and you have permission to publish this letter in order that the people of Savannah may be informed of the fairness of your company and the great service it is rendering. Yours very truly, Mrs. Jeffy S. Halton, Mr. Ali Shepard, and Mr. Hudson Shepard. We have another one here. Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to write you, thanking the Family Burial Society for the considerate and honest way in which the funeral of my niece was handled. The body arrived in Pembroke in fine shape, and all of the relatives and friends were pleased and expressed nothing but praise for your company. Wishing your society much success as it is worthy of all of the praise that can be bestowed upon it. Very yours truly, or very truly yours, J.D. McMore. That was nice. That was nice of them. So shout out to the Family Burial Society. What was their rates? Let's go. What do they got? This is another thing that I found so interesting. Back in the day, phone numbers was numbers and letters, but I mean, this one is just 4 numbers. 6313. Anyway, $150 for a funeral. That's the benefits. So here we go. An idea of what we give based upon the age of applicant, for instance, at age 40 years. So this is for a 40-year-old that died. $150 for the funeral. $100 for a funeral, 20 plus application fee, 50. Oh, so this is the type of funeral based upon how much you pay per month. So you'll get the $150 funeral if you pay 40 cents a month. Sammy, where you at? This is 1933. 1933, Sammy. $150 and 40 cents a month. So 40 cents a month, if you pay into the burial society, you'll get a $150 funeral. If you pay 25 cents a month, you'll get a $100 funeral. And if you pay 15 cents a month, you get a $50 funeral. 150 to 50. Very interesting. Oh, that's right. We gotta go. We can go back here. Yeah, we just gonna stay in the archives. That's where it's safe. We're gonna stay in the archives where it's safe, gang. You know what I mean? Crystal was adamant too. No, she is black. Cause now I'm just, cause you know my imagination is so fucking crazy. Cause now I'm just dead ass like thinking Crystal brought this white woman to the cookout. and this and this white woman done convinced Crystal that she was black and that she just really light skinned and shit like that. And we like, Crystal, that is a white woman. Crystal like, nah, no, it's not. She just light skinned. Like her daddy was half white, and his daddy was half white. And the whole time, Suzanne trying to prove herself at the cookout that she really black, and she keeps saying shit like African Americans. The African American cuisine, the African American barbecue, the African American cookout. And everybody's just like, all right, Suzanne. Oh, man. Oh, let's see. Sammy says 40 cents in 1933 is about $10. Okay, so $10 a month. So what's $150? What's $150? Oh my goodness, that was hilarious, yo. African American. She kept saying African American, son. I was like, yo, what the fuck, son? Nobody says African American this much. Nobody says African American this much. Straight up and down. Unless you don't know them folks. Unless you don't know them people. So you was either paying. So at the most expensive, you was paying $10 a month. At the cheapest, you was paying about $4 a month. So $9, $6, and $3. Got it. Okay. Why is it taking so long? What's going on? Man, that's so crazy, bro. That is so wacky to me. $150 was, yeah, there we go. $150 back then was $3,700. Yeah. And yo, I just want y'all to know that the reason I do, the reason why I asked Sammy to do the adjusted for inflation, because I want y'all to know how they viewed that money. It's not even so much of the dollar amount. Of course, like, it's dope for us to know how much that would be worth today and shit like that, but it's like, it ain't no investments from 1933 popping off right now. And, you know, a lot of shit happened in between now and 1930. I just want y'all to see how the ancestors looked at these numbers when they read them. Like, when they read $150 in the newspaper, it's not the way that you read $150 in the newspaper. It's not like that. You feel me? Like, they are looking at this like almost $4,000. Like, that's how they're looking at $150. Like, the magnitude of this dollar amount is such. You know what I'm saying? $150 for us, man, that's a fucking pair of sneakers and a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't shit. But back then, if somebody, you know, 100 years from now, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. So, you know, so the Burial Society seems to have been putting ads out a lot. So what we going to do, because I'm petty like that, and that fucking statement about W.E.B. Du Bois pissed me smooth the fuck off. Let's go to the 1850 to 59 column. It's only one newspaper in that bitch, but it's fine. We're going to get to that Hubble one, too. That shit is fucking crazy, bro. Can't believe she said that about W.E.B. Du Bois, bro. That was some bullshit. Niggas get the lying. So the $100 one will be almost $2,500, and then the $50 one will be about $1,200. Got it. So this is the oldest one that they have. Let's see what we got. The British Parliament has a pretty plentiful bill, blah, 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 blah. Anticipated from, in this discussion, we really considered a bill for regulating burial societies of greater importance to the community. The murderous worship of Moloch under the temptations of these horrid associations are enough to bring down the judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah upon the country. Whoa. What? Yeah, man. I'm trying to tell you, I'll be in these archives going fucking crazy. Let's go back. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go to Hubble. Yeah, let's go to Hubble. Let's see what Hubble had to do. The Hubble funeral homes. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-mm-mm. Come on, hurry up, man. What hacker is coming here, bro? Like, please tell me who's hacking into the Image 8 of the Arkansas State Press, bro? Come on, give me a break. So I think this is all about the funeral home. So I think this is a huge advertisement for just different. Hold on. So this looks like. Let's see. I'm gonna let it slide. Just because he apparently had a Negro son. Where is it at? Yeah, him. Right here. He did too? Damn. E.S. Hubble, displaying the pioneer spirit of his father, realized the pressing needs of multitudes of people in Arkansas who were without adequate insurance protection and organized the Cosmopolitan in 1931 with a cash deposit of $10,000 with the state insurance department. This is the only Negro life insurance company operated by Negroes in the states. This is what I'm talking about. These are considered niggas. These are considered Negroes. And this was established in 1900. Okay. So, see, I like this. I like how they created like this ecosystem. So where it's like, we have the Hubble Burial Society, but we also have the life insurance, and we also have the funeral homes. I like this. I like this setup. That fucking middle part, Crystal Jesus. Yo, the middle part will never be popping. Ain't that what the girls be calling a bust down when it come down to their wigs and shit and they weaves and shit? These niggas is rocking bust downs, man. Fuck out of here. That middle part is egregious. I'll never have gotten with it. Never. Okay, so this is the whole family. Let's get into it. Friendly, sympathetic service. That's what I'm saying. They prided themselves on this sympathy. Like, you need to sell the sympathy. Have to. 24-hour ambulance service. Okay. Well, let's start with W.S. Hubble. He seems white, but it's all good. Let's see. Invested the last services to the bereaved with new sympathy and the last rites to the departed with equality and dignity. He founded the W.S. Hubble and Sons Funeral Home in Newport in 1900. Later, in 1922, necessary services had expanded so that the funeral home number 2 was opened in North Little Rock. In 1927, funeral home number 3 was opened at 10th and State Streets. After the death of J.N., this establishment was moved to larger quarters at on the address. These institutions have been operated continuously down to the present, despite the passing of the founder and the guiding spirit in 1928 and his son, J.N. I can't believe all of these niggas is dead. That's crazy. What happened? How did they die? All right. Cosmopolitan Life Insurance Company. Do it today. Are you leaving an estate ample to bear the unavoidable expense without it becoming a burden upon your loved ones? Are you in position to secure for those dependent upon you a service in keeping with what your love might desire for them? Unpreparedness for funeral expenses often cause a great deal of embarrassment at a time when your heart is already full of life's grief. Yeah, no fucking selling fish plates, nigga. That's the thing. Don't wait to use group economics for that. Don't wait to use group economics to raise money for the nigga's funeral, bro. Fuck them fish plates. You should have been fucking putting that money into an insurance, a life insurance policy. Don't try to use fish plates now. You gonna wait till the last minute? Come on, man. We could have been buying fish from you. Anyway, the Hubble Burial Society. Face the facts. You would not now carelessly put the burden of heavy financial obligations upon your loved ones. Still, it cannot be so hard upon them now as it would be when you have gone. So, we say, face the facts. That time will come. Prepare for it. Join our burial association and be assured of freedom from worries over unpaid expenses, which unavoidably comes with the last journey. Act today. Ask us to explain the extremely low cost of our so much in service, so little cost in your family. So this is Miss Essie Hubble. Did she die too? All right, hold on one goddamn minute. All right, yo, I ain't doing this with y'all. I'm not. Y'all see what the fuck I see. I ain't about to keep doing this. Anyway. So we got Mrs. Jessie Oliver, the secretary. She's definitely black. Roy Taylor, that's a black ass name. Capable manager of the funeral homes, is known throughout Arkansas for a sympathetic and efficient service. He has been connected with the firm for many years. Then you got Miss Georgia Parham. All right. Who's this? Luther Moore, general manager of the Cosmopolitan Life Insurance Company. Okay, he's general manager. Look at the funeral home. Nice. Very nice. Good job. They hiring. Oh, well, They were hiring. Who's this? This is like a mugshot. W.A. Thurman, young, energetic manager of the Pine Bluff office located in the Masonic Temple building annex. Mr. Thurman is a graduate of Jones High School and Worsham Embalming College. Okay, Chicago. Why does this nigga picture look like a mugshot? Why he take his picture like that? Smile or something, nigga. So this is the Hubble Funeral Home. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back. Instead of searching for Burial Society, because I thought, I knew why I did it, but it seems like because of these advertisements, we just going to keep getting that. Yeah, the Family Burial Society got that shit sold up. So let's do this. We'll do funeral home. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie. I've been staying up late getting work done. I am not doing that tonight. Telling you that now. Here we go. So let's just check out the ads then, huh? Seems like this was gonna be predominant. So what we got? So we got J.C. Bentley and P.F. Malloy. Otis F. $75 and up, huh? And you got memories, pictures obtained in death at Moon's funeral home. Modern science had made it possible for those who have passed on to be presented with all the appearance of life and health. This service is of great comfort to relatives and friends who keep in memory picture of the departed as known in life. This is the kind of service Moon is furnishing. I know they're not saying that, yo, we do the body so well that they look like they're alive still. And these are all Negro or Black American newspapers. But I still feel the need to put in Negro funeral home. Like I still feel the need to do that. That shit felt hot for a second. The parties feature. Okay, hold on. Funeral home of local businessman. All right. We know this shit is black as hell. Let's go. What we got? What we got? What we got? Okay. Man. Parties feature society. Okay. So we got Dr. Thomas, well, interior views of the suburban home of Mr. and Mrs. John H. Wilson in a coast. What does that say? In a Coastia, living room and lower dining room. Top photograph shows Mrs. Wilson while Mrs. While the lower shows their daughter, Miss Thelma Wilson, who was a student at Columbia and was hostess and guest at many social affairs here during the holidays. So this is the mom's. This is the mom, and this is her daughter. Is that what they're saying? That's Miss Ivy, and that's Miss Norma. So where Thelma at? All right. Dr. Thomas Turner, who claims he was illegally ousted as president of the Federation of Colored Catholics at a rump meeting? The hell is that? What's a rump meeting in Chicago? He will fight the move. Interior views of the Jarvis Funeral Home in U Street. Okay. Not light skinned women, I can tell you that. Lots of light skinned women. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm looking for like ones with like blatant, this is a Negro. Because it's all a black newspaper. But that don't mean white people weren't advertising in the black newspaper. Free what? Free keys given with every 25-cent purchase, a key with a a soda fountain service. 3 of these keys unlock boxes containing presents at the People's Drugstore. Good for you. Good for you, bro. Myers Funeral Home, a modern funeral home, endeavoring at all times to meet the demand economically as well as scientifically. Okay. Let's do, before we get out of here, let's do Negro Mortician. And we'll do all that, all of the cities, all cities. Yep. Negro Mortician. And then we out of here, y'all. And I grab me the finest one, then proceed straight to the mall. Let's see. What we got? Any stories about a Negro mortician? 62, huh? 62, huh? Boy dies. Uh-oh. Was the boy have found not to be seriously injured, according to Clarence Millsap, local Negro mortician whose ambulance was used. The doctor at Rockdale Hospital said the child was not badly hurt and was, quote, more scared than anything else. Swelling begins. Little Andrew had been home only a few minutes. However, before his mother noted a swelling in the vicinity of his navel, the husband of the woman who had accidentally struck the child. Wait, what? Put the boy in the car and drove him to the what? Drove him to the hospital. There it was decided that the child had suffered internal injuries and should be taken to Grady. Oh man. No, I don't want to read this. This is a sad ass story, bro. What the hell? How do you accidentally hit your newborn child? What the fuck, bro? Jeez. I hate when we end on a morbid note like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. We talking about death. Like, we talk about the industry of death right now. But yeah, I wanted to do another one. All right. Okay, what we got? Detroit, for the first time in its history, Detroit elected Charles C. Diggs, 31, a Negro mortician, to Congress this week. Wow. Okay. Got it. All right, so that's gonna do it for tonight, gang. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm tired. I'm tired. My eyes is burning. Crystal burnt us out with that white woman. It's all good, Crystal, man. Trust and believe. I done fucked up. Players fuck up. I ain't tripping. You all good, man. But yeah, that's gonna do it for the night, man. That's gonna do it for the night. We're gonna scratch that off the list. Damn, I'm gonna have to make another list soon. We done ran through them. Well, when you do 3 episodes a week, I guess that's how it's gonna go. So yeah, I gotta make a new list altogether. I appreciate everybody for coming through. I don't know how many people tapped in on Twitter tonight. It should be like 100 and something. Shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. You know what I'm saying? I'm super excited for more episodes and shit like that. I'm just tired right now. So I don't want you to think me being tired right now is indicative of how I feel about y'all. Feel about doing this. Yeah, we had 138 people. Shout out to everybody that came on through tonight. Yo, patreon.com/Hotep History, man. Come on through. But yes. I appreciate it. Where we at? Hold on. Sammy says, "'Twas somber and sobering, but that saltine took me out too." Listen, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Make sure you're subscribing to all of the things. Patreon, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and of course, TikTok. You guys have been amazing as always. Subscribe to the damn Patreon. You hear me? You will not regret it. I got another little mini documentary coming out tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. And then we are going to do something with Gilded Age this week. Gilded Age season 1 this week. For all my smart people, DM me what ideas. Should we do a space? Should we go live on Patreon? What should we do? Give me your suggestions. Let me know. I appreciate you guys. As always, you cannot have the future without the present. And you can't have the present without the past. And we do not study the past to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively what? Affect our future. Thank you guys again for tapping into another episode of Hotep History Live. I was your host, President Hotep Dubes, representing Hotep Nation. You guys have been absolute gems as always. Yes, y'all, and we don't stop. I will see you guys Friday at 6:30. Okay? And if you guys are on Patreon, I'll see you tomorrow. So listen, man. Hotep and Bill.